Okay, hello guys. Thank you. Sijui kama mnanisikiza ama sipatikani. Okay, thank you Charles Papa Obukol. Let me check the volume. Okay, is the volume okay Charles Papa Obukol? Sijui kama unanisikia sasa ama bado kuna shida. Okay, thank you Leonard. Leonard, acha nikuwekee link hapo ujoin. Naona umesema unataka kujoin conversation. Let me invite you as up. Okay, wenye mnaomba link ndio hiyo. So ukiklik hiyo link kama uko YouTube, Facebook ama huko kwingine itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka kwa show. So ndio hiyo link nimewapa hapo chini. Joseph link ndio hiyo hapo chini. Thank you Angela kwa kuja. Karibuni sana. So leo tungependa tuzungumzie BBI kwa sababu maspika wote wawili wamewaita wabunge. Hapo kesho watakuwa wanajadili masuala yaliyoko kwenye BBI. So hatujui itakuwaje. Alafu vile leo naweza nikasema tumepata jaji mkuu ambaye atakuwa anachukua nafasi ilobaki wazi Maraga alipoondoka. So welcome all, na pia hii discussion itaenda kama 2 hours. Haitakuwa kama ile ya weekend, so harakisha uingie tuweze kuwa pamoja. Asante Gaddafi. So as we wait for others, how are you Gaddafi?
I'm good, boss.
Okay, thank you. Asante sana na karibu.
Okokona chanade.
Tuko poa Gaddafi.
Okay.
Mimi niko Nairobi bana. Unamaanisha wapi ukisema uko nje?
Uko wapi? Sina kuona background.
Si niko Nairobi, tumefungiwa hapa.
Aha.
Daktari. Karibu sana daktari.
Habari.
Poa sana daktari. Asante sana Deno wa Mtwapa. Umesema uko Riyadh na asante, karibu. Asante Ruto Nyango. Edwin Rono, link ndio hiyo iko hapo kwa comment section. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa kwa show. So Kennedy Jacob, karibu sana. Jose wa Angurai na Mwana Wengo Production, nimekuona na ninawashukuru wote, karibuni sana. Moses karibu. Kennedy eka earphone alafu utaingia kwa show moja kwa moja.
Nimeje
Senator sijamuona hapa chini. Nikimwona tu hivi nitamleta.
Senator ni Moses ama nani? Sio Moses.
Senator wa Kiambu ni Jane.
Hapana, ule alichaguliwa juzi. Ule alichaguliwa juzi ni nani? Ule kijana. Si ni Moses?
Senator wa wapi bana?
Which university was that? There's a Moses.
Sasa
Poa sana.
ukoaje?
Okay, thank you guys. I was looking for 10 people. Now maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we are now okay. Huyu Mike atapata space kweli. Let me try. Okay, asante. So, guys, leo hii kuna BBI na kuna Chief Justice. So ukipata nafasi ya kuongea utazungumzia hayo masuala mawili, alafu tukisha malizana nayo maybe we will call it a day.
Huyu Okelo anakula nini?
Okelo anakula chogo.
Sasa Okelo, ukikula itabidi uzime kamera, na ukizima kamera pia huonekani, tutakutoa. So sijui utakula baadaye maybe. So karibuni sana guys. And without much ado, Mike, unmute your microphone. Utuambie unachangia ukiwa wapi na una maoni yepi. Tafadhali Mike. Hello Mike. Hello Mike. Okay Mike, rekebisha mitambo yako alafu uje tena. Sami Tarus. Sami, unmute your microphone, Sami. Okay. Leonard Arome, unmute and say something. Okay. Leonard, we pia rekebisha alafu uje tena. Owino Mito. Okay, Owino rekebisha uje tena. Okelo. Okay, Gaddafi.
Habari zenu.
Poa sana
Hello.
Gaddafi.
So mimi kwangu about BBI, I think we agreed the other time that BBI should pass. Inafaa ipitishwe. Ingepitishwa like jana. Ikituumiza itumize. Mambo ya nilikuwa mnasema kitu uliandika ati in ODM we are splitted. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi so long as Raila hajaongea sisi hiyo au wengine hatuhesabu. Mambo ya Chief Justice. Hapa tuambiane ukweli. Chief Justice si tunasema ukabila ama nini. But Chief Justice hao watu wakichagua anaitwa Ngatia. Hapo watakuwa wamekoroga kura. Haifai kuwa hivyo because itakuwa one tribe too much, one tribe. Haifai hivyo. Siwezi sema nitasupport Mjaka kuwa Chief Justice, but let's say tutoe tribe moja, then hao wengine wavetiwe, waangalie ule jamaa amequalify, ule jamaa ameperform vizuri, but haifai kuwa tunapata Mkikuyu as president, Mkikuyu as attorney general, Mkikuyu everywhere. As much as sisi wananchi tunaweza sema hatutaki ukabila, but wale wakubwa they are doing something called incitement, because incitement haianzi hapa chini, inaanzia pale juu. Mkichaguana watu wanakaa chini hapa wakiangalia, so ile chuki inakuja kukua hapa chini inatokana na ile kitu inafanywa pale juu. Usifikirie ile chuki inatokanga hapa chini. Chuki inaanzia pale juu, inaona vile wale watu wanacheza kadi yao, then inateremka kwa wananchi wa kawaida. Unapata mtu anakunyima hadi job kidogo juu tribe yenu imenyanyaza watu pale mbele. So I think for Ngatia it is a no. Afadhali wachague tribe nyingine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gaddafi. Mwana Wengo production.
Ya, asante sana bwana, asante sana wa Kenya. Tumekuja tuongeongee kwa hapa mambo ya BBI hapa na malipa Chief Justice. Sorry. Okay, let me wish. Mnanipata? Am I clear?
You're clear bana, endelea.
Yeah. Hapo malipa BBI wapitishe tu because waipitishe tu tuone matunda yake pia. Tuone matunda yake. Huenda yakakuwa matunda mazuri yakatusaidia sisi kama Wakenya. Alafu hapo malipa Chief Justice hapo nimeona tayari ni kama wanaelekea kuchagua is like atakuwa gender atakuwa mwanamke. Okay, but tutaenda tu hivyo na rada. Tutaenda tu hivyo na rada. Yangu ni hayo tu, tachangia hapo.
Mwana Wengo production.
Asante.
Do you support BBI?
Yes, to me I support it.
Na mbona unasema waipitishe tu? Ni kama huna habari, haujui ni nini iko ndani. Wewe unaona tu waipitishe tu.
We are supporting it. Tunai-support. Na support BBI. Even if tujajua kama kama itafanya tufurahi sana, lakini we are supporting it. Tunai-support tu. Tunai-support tu.
Unai-support juu your favorite politician Mudavadi ama Raila ashakusomea, si ndio?
Pardon?
Okay, tumekupata Mwana Wengo production.
Yes.
Leonard Arome.
Yes, asante Mutembei. So, I'll begin with the BBI issue. Mimi, I don't support BBI. And I have my own reasons, which I think this country problems cannot be solved by BBI. This country problems cannot and will not be solved by BBI. Why am I saying so? Today in Kenya, the problem which is killing us, we lack leaders. The Kenyan people are very much innocent. Wakenya ni watu tu wazuri. They know what they want and they know what they wish to be done. But the problem, the politicians are misusing us. I know we cannot survive without the politicians because that's the ruling class. And issues to do with the administration, I think ilianzia mbali sana. Back huko nyuma tukisoma shule, primary and high school, we studied those histories. I'm saying this kwa sababu gani? Those who are not employed today, the hustlers. Okay, I'm proud I'm a member of the Hustler Nation. The hustlers, most hustlers hawana kazi. They live to mouth hand, hand to mouth. Ndo kitu inawafanya wana survive. Today you are telling me after 2022 we are going to increase positions in government. We are going to create other things. which the taxpayers' money is the one which is going to be used to pay the guys like prime ministers, to pay these guys deputy PMs, to pay for these offices, to pay for the security officers' allowances will be guarding these members, to pay for everything. A reasonable Kenyans, I know I cannot be perfect, but a reasonable Kenyans will always tell you that the few who are employed, your salary will lose value after the 2022 election. Those who are not employed, they are going to suffer more as they suffer today. They are going to suffer more. The problem of this country, there are three groups that I think they are misleading this country. One, the three big families in this country, because in each and every sector, they have an interest. They have an interest, and they will always try to do their best so that they can continue to eat us, finish us, and enrich themselves. Because if today we remove, I'm sorry to mention the names, if today we remove the Kenyatta, Moi, and Odinga's family, this country will be a safe hub to every Kenyan. Completely to be a safe hub. I will not stand here and talk about the Kikuyu community or the Luo or the Kamba or the Kalenjin nation, because I know as today we are talking, even 90% of the Kikuyu are peasant, they are suffering, but it's few group of men who are calling themselves mafia who pretends to decide for the millions of Kikuyu countrywide, and they blackanize some issues that we are the Kikuyu, so we have to speak with this voice. But it's few who are benefiting. Many Kikuyus are poor. Many Luos are poor. Many Kambas, many Kalenjin are poor. So it's the big boys who are benefiting. So the issue to do with tribalism, my brothers and sisters, those who are listening, those who are watching, let's keep it aside. If a tribe was a food, then a person like me, I think I'll be the richest person in this country, because my history and my family, tribes, I'm married with 3 tribes. Okay, I come from the coastal region, so I'm married with 3 tribes. So in the entire Mijikenda, I know maybe I'm the only one who comes from almost half of those tribes. But tribalism will never assist us. Let's focus as let's live like Tanzania and our other friends in the world. If you are a Kenyan, let be a Kenyan, not a Kikuyu or who and who. If I add something on the issue of the CJ, I'm not a lawyer, but I've learned. I'm not a lawyer, but I've learned a lot during the interviews. Then the history of the judges who are being interviewed the other day. But to me, I will say the exercise was not free and fair. Apart from talking of gender balance, it doesn't matter if a man leads that body or a lady leads that body. What we want is the output. What will he or she deliver to the Kenyan people? Remember, that is a big office in Kenya. So whether, to me, I believe Justice Oko was the best man, not because he comes from Nyanza, not because he wanted a change in the office. No. Let's look, if you look the history of this Madam KOOME, I think has just served, I think it's 2 areas in Malindi, where he served as a judge there sometimes back. Then he was elevated by the former president, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. They brought him to Nairobi. Then he rose to where she is today. Guys, tribalism will finish this country. Let's be focused outside the box. That's why when our brother, the chief hustler, William Ruto, when he's telling us about the hustlers, it's not because this man is inciting us or doing what. No, this man is not inciting us. He's telling us the truth. Look, the other day, those things that happened in Jiru area. Those they call them. Those are the same people who are saying when campaign period reaches, people come there and camp and say we are Mount Kenya. But when it comes to eat the national cake, it's a few individuals. Today we have billions which have been taken from KEMSA. Some few individual, even a
1
very
minute.
respected person by the name Murade is a signatory of a certain account, meaning money was withdrawn through his knowledge, because you cannot withdraw money without him, because he was a signatory of that account and he's working free. What country do you want? Asanteni, we'll talk more about it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leonard Arome. Lee.
Yes. If I can just ask you one question. Hii mambo mi tangu nianze kusikia mambo na BBI, I've never found the full concerning this BBI word. What's the meaning of BBI? Sijui. So I can't say I support something I don't know. Unaweza kuwa unasign kitu labda unauzwa na ujui. So we must understand what's the meaning of BBI and what's the intention of that thing. So far, what we have known from the experience is that siasa ya Kenya, it's obvious, it's automatic, ni ya mtu kujifaidisha kivyake. So hiyo ni njama ya hiyo serikali wenyewe. They know what they will benefit from that BBI or whatever. But as to the normal person, maisha yatabaki ni yale yale tu. Wembe ni huo huo. So I don't see anything about that. So far, I can't support that thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Lee. Faith. Faith, your internet or your network is problematic as usual. So wale walitangulia hapa. Kina Mose, nyinyi ni watu mnaelewa. Higgs.
Yes, brother, asante sana.
Mose, we ni dynasty.
Mimi?
Higgs,
I can't be dynasty. Yes, okay,
Higgs.
my issue is
Excuse me,
BBI
Higgs.
won't solve anything. Yes. Are you not getting
Higgs,
me?
Sija kuita dynasty, so si wewe.
Oh, okay.
So proceed
problem.
Higgs. Yeah.
So issue ya BBI haitasaidia any mwananchi chochote. Even hustle haina interest yote ya mwananchi, it's just individual interest. Ukiona kitu kama ati BBI atijui mkubwa anakuambia tukifanya hiki na hiki ndio itakuwa mzuri. Nini imemzuia yeye kufanya saizi ndio akwambia tukibadilisha hii ndio itakuwa mzuri? Hiyo ni kutrap tu watu ili aendelee kubenefit na njama yake na hiyo sako yake. The issue tena yenye nafanya Kenya tunahangaika is youth. Youth are only concerned about diamond, about socialite, about they don't care whether there's good leadership, whether there's about corruption or what. Their interest is only about kulewa, sijui lugha gani imeamka, sijui gengeton, sijui nini. Those are just nonsense. Youth have to wake up, but we have to hold this our leaders accountable for whatever they are doing. You see the issue of like nominated MCA, sijui nini. It is for what ban? Yes, ni kukula tu pesa zetu, ati mna nominate mtu sijui wale maslay queen wananominatiwa sijui nini. No. Ukienda nchi zingine utapata watu wanaongelea about innovation, industrialization, like okay, those developed countries, but we here the only thing we talk about ni about sex, about madem, about viuno, sijui about Inatakana sisi wenyewe tuwafanya hao watu waanze kuwake up na waanze kufanya vitu zenye zinatakikana. The issue of Chief Justice, I think kama tungekuwa na test ya mtu kama Ouko ingekuwa mzuri. Hatuwezi kuwa like some region, any appointment or anything inakaa some region ndiye inatoa watu leader wazuri ama ndiye inatoa viongozi wazuri, like hata ile kiti ya juu pale unaona tu ni region fulani ndio uzao watoto wenye wanaweza kuwa viongozi. So we need, it's not that we are being tribalistic or being what, but we need to think differently from what has been happening since tukiwa wadogo ama since tupata independence. Like the issue of independence, hakuna kitu, hata Kenya labda hatukupata independence, unaona, ni watu tu fulani walikuwa na interest fulani ya kupata mashamba sijui nini na nini wakafaulu wakazipata, and then we call it independence. Kenya we are not yet at sijui tumepata uhuru. Like saizi if someone like an MP akiongea anatolewa sijui mahali fulani tujue ameongea. Unaweza sema kuna democracy Kenya saizi kweli? Kama ukiongea kitu unatolewa, like we have just to swim in the same direction all of us. Democracy gani hiyo tunaongelea ati sasa Kenya is a democratic country? Someone is being benefiting and has been benefiting ever since, then we are just quiet, we don't mind, we don't care. We need bana to change. Issue ya hustler, mtu mwenye anaipeleka ndiye mbaya, then people just forget easily. Like 2013 2017 tumeshasahau mambo yenye imetokea kutokea huko nyuma kote. At now he's a saint, he can save us for ana save nani? Kusema kweli, you are the second. At now you can save us whatever has been happening in 2018. Now if you see the price of fuel, the price of whatever, yes, like lazima projects endelee sijui subs sijui what, lakini is it happening in other countries? Kama si mambo yanaenda haraka ipo kweli, ama ni watoto fulani pesa ikipotea no one is accountable, uchunguzi unafanywa au sijui nini, it goes, miaka zinaenda, vitu zote zinaenda, nini, uchunguzi ndio endelea tu kufanywa tu, hatujui uchunguzi ufanywa hadi tukienda mbinguni itafanywa ama ni itaisha lini. Anyway, any other person can go. Ina shuku za waliza.
Asante sana Higgs. Daktari.
Well, I don't know what even to say after what that was a good conversation, a good views, but I don't know where the former speaker or huyo jamaa ameongea, it sounds like he is not for what Ruto is saying, he is not for BBI, so I don't know. But anyway, personally, mimi leo I think I'm a happy person. Despite even being a Kikuyu, I like the notion that the JSC did not go with what everybody was expecting and talking about Gatia, because in as much as everybody say how eloquent and how knowledgeable and how, I guess, glamorous Mr. Gatia was, I think he's a system guy, and I personally do not like that. I think we need another. I think Parliament is already a good stamp enough for the executive. The last thing that we want to do is to have the judiciary being as another rubber stamp for the president or for the executive. And so I'm happy that we went the KOOME way. I don't know if KOOME has a spine that Malaga had. I don't know if KOOME had the spine that I think Mutunga had. To me, Justice Mutunga and Maraga showed some spine. The notion that they could nullify a presidential win for an incumbent showed something. So I don't know if Mother KOOME has that. But I'm happy that we did not go the Gatia way. I think Ouko too would have been a good judge. But let's see what Mother KOOME has. Now, for the BBI, personally, I have said on this forum many times that I'm not a huge believer in it. I don't see what it is going to do that, we cannot do now. I don't think you can build bridges by breaking others. I think it's a cover up for many things that are just being vitu zimerampiwa mingi, wengine wanapatiwa kitu kidogo hivi, Central tunaambiwa, I don't know kama kina Yega know what is normally told to us about BBI. Wakikuja Central, they don't talk about anything else, about the constituency. That's what they tell us. And I would like somebody to speak on this. What is normally the narrative for BBI in the other counties? For example, wakienda Kisumu, what do they talk about the BBI? Wakienda in Kisii, what do they tell you guys about that? Because wakikuja kwetu in Central, when I listen to the vernacular shows, it's always about, unajua huyu jamaa, huu Uhuru akitoka hapa, tunataka akitoka atuachie, atuachie hii. So what about the other country? If you are a nationalist like I am, you always ask yourself, so watu wa Rift Valley wanaambiwanga about nini about BBI? Watu wa Kisumu wanaambiwa nini about BBI? Because they tell us every single day, nyinyi mtapata constituency, mtatengeneza. So what about the country itself? And so that is where me personally, I break with the BBI, because I look at the country, like we know our problems, we know our issues, tunajua where these guys are messing up. So to put up a piece of paper or a piece of legislation that itakuja to fix everything, I just don't buy it. And that is why I'm still waiting for somebody to convince me that the BBI will solve all these problems. BBI will take care of corona better. BBI will, improve in terms of crime. BBI will create industries, will improve the manufacturing. BBI will fix our political parties. BBI will fix our IBC or even the judiciary. I'm still not convinced, and that's what I would like to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moses.
Yes, sir. How is everybody doing? Well, thanks for time to talk. Mine will be a little bit brief because I'm at work trying to beat some deadlines. Well, going to BBI, I think I've been participating on that a lot. I remember when I was growing up in Kenya, I was brought up by a 7th grade dropout dad and a 7th grade dropout mom, who was my stepmother. And these people struggled very hard in my life. That education to be who I am today. I went to a local primary school, then went to a local secondary school. I saw the struggle they were going through, and I didn't give up my education. It was until when I was in Form 3 that I met my sponsors. And I like to socialize with people. And I started socializing with them. At Form 3, ilipata kama sijaona mzungu. And when I saw her, I went and started talking to her, telling her my situation. Because I was in the verge of dropping out of school because my did not support me to continue. After that, she went back to US and looked for means on which she could help me to complete my high school education. And by God's grace, she did it and then took me to the US to study. Why am I saying all this? Because this is a common thing that mostly all Kenyan parents go through, mostly in Ushago, And seeing how our leaders are mismanaging the finances that are meant for the common people back at home in country is something that really upsets someone like me who comes from that lifestyle. And we expected better to be addressed in BBI rather than leaders who are trying to add positions to more thieves to come in to get that money for themselves. Why am I saying this too? In BBI, I've been always talking against, and I will continue so, because this is one of the great platforms that we can use to educate our people. And because our politicians mistake them when they go home to campaign for this document. You see, I was happy when I saw that some ODM legislators and Uhuru's MP They say this document is unconstitutional. Some parts of it, for example, the 70 seats in parliament. Why would they need more seats in parliament that they are using the name of include? I heard about somebody talking here about nominated MCA for what? What has MCAs done for the wards apart from mismanaging funds or useless security that doesn't help with anything, you know? So I think this is not the right time to talk about BBI, because also you see this, they were using the name of going around the country, collect the views of the people. They were wasting the time for the citizens' time, because this is something that they already manufactured, and they already manufactured it, and they were already having the idea on what they want, you know. Because also, if you see BBI, it comes from the origin of handshake, and the person who could have benefited mostly from that handshake was none other than Miguna. And even if you see the guy's posts on Facebook or any social media, the guy speaks out of anger, you know. You can be like, oh, this guy is insulting Uhuru, is insulting Raila, is insulting the ODM people. This guy is speaking out of anger because these people talk about handshake, and he was the one who was to benefit from this. And this is something that was to help him come back to the country. I'm a Kenyan. I live outside. What if today they just decide to say, because I speak against the government, that whenever I come to Kenya, they take away my passport, and then they're like, for me to go and I have to purchase a tourist visa. I'm a Kenyan. That's the same thing to Miguna, you know. So this guy should have benefited first from this BBI, rather than them coming together and talking about positions, talking about prime minister, deputy prime minister, actual. And this is going to increase the load on the people themselves. I will keep contributing, but I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Sage. Sage.
Good. How are
Say
you
something.
guys? How are you?
We are fine.
How are you? I've been away. I
We are
went to
fine.
London. Right now I'm in London. Okay. Now I want to spew a lot of things about the justice, Chief Justice. Your BBI, no, I don't want to discuss it. It's boring for me. Now on the nomination of Justice Martha, I think she was one of the compromised candidates for that post. I'm sorry to say. But you see, on such a high scale kind of recruitment, there are a lot of things that you have to consider. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Hello? Sometimes you need to nod so that I might know you are getting me. Okay, fine. So in such kind of a interview, there are a lot of things that you need to take care of. One of them is your track record. Hello? Track record, your integrity, your level of education, regional balance, integrity, those things. Again, the other thing that this thing I consider it like my candidates. You look at it in the bourgeoisie's precept of looking at things. Hello?
We are getting you, Sage.
Hello? Okay, now. So, according to me, forget about the regional balance. Forget about also other things. We had Ngatia was good. He was eloquent. He was experienced, and I think was good. Now, he was again, when you look at Mugo was very, very, very confident about the job. And I think if they were to look at it in terms of confidence level, he could have scored highly. We are expecting to see those rankings, but I think on the confidence, on how to handle those things, he stood very tall as opposed to those other people. Uko was a little bit of independence and also integral, but then we also have the doctor. Doctor has gone a lot of endurance, so he has endured he has been on the receiving end of the justice. So I think if we were to look at it in that angle, then definitely we could have given him that job. But there are also comedians, like the etc and Yamo. Those were comedians along. So I hope that report, I don't want to discuss matter at court, but according to my evaluation, now there were also flower girls. Okay, there were also flower girls, just as you see, just to make it very inclusive. There were flower girls, and you know them. But now, this is my point. I think Martha Koome is the most compromised candidate, and I think she has to revise her tactics. So if she has to do it, that's my take. Otherwise, I'm following.
So Sega,
Thank
so who
you.
was your candidate? Who was your candidate, Sega?
I'm Sage. Hello, who has asked that question? I can't see you. I'm Sage.
I know you are said. I'm asking, who would you have liked to see?
I've said Gatian.
Oh, Gatian.
Okay.
Yes, in terms of
complete.
when you remove Mambona Bujuanzis and regional balance, Gatia was eloquent. It was good. He had the knowledge of how things should be done.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you, Sage. Ayaga.
And tell Ayaga to stop supporting the non-performing.
Switch off your microphone, my brother. You are done. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clinton, please switch his microphone off. Very good. So kwanza daktari amenitaja na nataka kujibu daktari kuhusu BBI. Plain and clear. Amesema kuwa wale wana support BBI wakienda kule kwao huwa wanauza 2 positions. I would like daktari to convince me that there is one point in history, in recent history, where the politicians from Mount Kenya have gone there to sell policies. They are always going there to sell vote against Raila. At least for the first time, BBI is introducing another bill saying, let us talk about position, but they always just vote against Raila. Thank you very much. I think you have had your answer. If there is a policy previously from 2002, after 2002, from 2007, up to now, if there is a policy the politicians from Central Kenya has been selling, if not vote against Raila, you will clarify that to us. Number 2, Seji. Firstly, history ni kama umesahau kidogo. History ni kama umesahau kidogo. There is this thing called Gema. Gema in full is Gikuyu, Embu, Meru. Hapo kwa ndio niko na shida. Tuifikishe hapo game. When Kamba used to be the last A that formed that Gema. When Kamba formed their party and start fighting for position of a president, they were cut off and replaced by the Ambere. So when a diligent woman in Meru earn a post in Kenya, and then you want to mix and scurify him in the name of the first G, there we will disagree. There I have a disagreement. Number one, I want to congratulate that lady. She did well. She has been Cyrus, kuja kwa group, kuja online. Nowadays is Ambere. Even the Gema meeting, they don't include the Kamba Council of Elders. Take that to the bank. So let me congratulate this lady, Martha Koome. She did well. The interview is well. It was just best among the equals. Everybody was well. Na uongozi pia Mungu ndio anachagua. You can't say she was compromised as if she was a less human being. We have seen kazi amefanya hapa. Hii Kenya, kotini. No judge has no problem. Everybody has problem. Finally kwa BBI, kwa sababu najua time yangu maybe imeenda sana. BBI is simple and square. I love those who oppose it. The reason why you oppose it, they will not tell you. They will not. Never. None of them. Moses, whatever. Moses, daktari mwenyewe, Nancy ameingia hapa, Leonard, they will not tell you the reason why they are opposing BBI. Never. They will just tell you, oh, positions, oh, a member of parliament, sijui attacks.
Mimi nimesema labda hukusikia. Mimi nimesema lakini hukusikia.
They are not telling us. Me, I have the reason why I'm supporting BBI.
Ayaga, stop your selective hearing. We've always said why we don't support BBI, but you decide to be selective. So fair enough.
Yeah, I've
Thank
also
you very
stressed
much.
why I support it. I've stressed a lot.
But why are you disrupting my ngoja nimalize. Tulieni bana. Tulieni nimalize. So most of them will not tell you even 3 reasons why they are opposing it. Even Ruto himself, the hustler, is not opposed to this thing that much. He said, bring so many choices.
1 minute to give
Bring
reasons,
Bwana,
5 reasons.
stop disrupting me, please. I beg you. Yeah. Even Ruto himself saying, bring so many choices. Because among those choices, even 3-4 reasons, maybe he may support. But there are some 2 or 3 that is opposed to. You are getting me? But his supporters, all those who purporting to be supporting him, they are just giving us blind reason of not opposing it. So if today we say, let us have the many choices one, and Ruto tells you about taxation, free youth taxation, that period of business is support. And if today, if Ruto told you about help, that is in BBI is supported, yeah. Ruto is not complaining about everything. He's just complaining about some things. Even me, I still have issue. Even MPs from Luoland. And the theme of today was about at the ODM members are divided about BBI. No, they are not divided. There is 2 schools of thought in Luo Nyanza. One led by Otiende Amolo, Orengo, and Okongo Mogen. These people are reasoning that when BBI passed county assemblies, some Kibichu tried to hijack it, and after that Uhuru met so many governors, and there was a talk in town that they are reducing Raila's powers. And Baba faked the sickness, and he went in hibernation. He left Oparanya to man the political side, and Orengo, Otiende, and Omogen to deal with the legal issues in BBI. So when these guys are doing this, there is another group that has another school of thought led by Opio Wandai, the people who gave that statement yesterday. Opio Wandai, they believe that BBI, once passed through assemblies, county assemblies, in parliament, parliament should just rubber stamp and have the people have the say. And Orengos of this world, as they are saying, if Kibichu tries to hijack and Uhuru Kenyatta tried a little bit to play that game, they are now showing them that they are the owners of that thing from the point go. Even the selection committee, the committee that negotiated, I don't know, I can't remember, that the one who was led by Haji and Adam Sulu. Look how the Raila appointed all lawyers from the word go. He knew in his mind he want a constitutional change. He knew. But Uhuru appoint administrator like Haji, may his soul rest in peace, peacekeepers in his side. Raila side, AG, former AG, Wako, Adam Sulu, lawyer. Who again? They were around Paul Mwangi. Paul Mwangi has been Raila's lawyer since the world began. Yeah. So Raila plays lawyers there very well. That's why the last minute, when those people were signing it, people like Senior, the former general, say refused to sign it. And that's the time Yusuf Haji grows the cold. Kwa sababu Orengo, the ODM side had planned everything. Wamechezwa huko nyuma. So akina Kibichu kukuja kucheza huku mbele, what akina Orengo are doing, they are just playing with the cat. Wanamchezea tu hivi. Ni politics. I told you politics in BBI is very deep. That sitting here saying I support, I don't support, you cannot manage it. Thank you very much. Anyone with question, I will be glad to answer you. Microphone weka on bana.
Okay, thank you Ayaga. Nani ako na swali kwa Ayaga? Naona mmeinua mikono.
Ni wengi.
Okay. Moses.
You know one thing, I want to tell my brother to stop sleeping in class. Since I joined, Since I started contribution in this platform, I've been giving a lot of reasons why I don't support BBI. Lots of them. But he said that none of us, people who are against this document, can't give even 3 reasons why we don't support it. So my brother Young, I wonder where you have been. Even when we talk, like if you do pay attention, let me give you even at least 5. One reason why I say I don't support BBI. They say that if this document is passed, there will be a tax break for there will be a tax break. So my question is like, how are they going to afford tax break to unemployed youths or to the university graduates who don't have jobs? Another one, I've always talked about why do they have to increase positions, yet they claim they don't have money to pay doctors, to pay teachers, and to pay nurses. Why do they do that? Another thing, I've always talked about how this document has been manufactured. They lied to all Kenyans when they were going around the country that they were collecting views. Tell me anywhere in the country where a common mwananchi say like, hey, for us to feel included, we need a prime minister, we need 2 deputy prime ministers. My friend Ayaga, I wonder where you have been, what you have been listening to. So just stop sleeping in class.
Okay, thank you, Moses. Sage. Oh, let me interfere with your mic first. Okay. Wait. Okay.
Now, I want to add that I want to add what Moses has said, that Ayaga should stop from sleeping in history class, which he claims to be a good student on. Now, this is what I also want to say. My friend, I know history, and this is what I said. I said that when you in an objective interview, there are so many things that you have to consider. Okay? And I'm saying that Martha Koome is one of the compromised candidates in terms of this last concluded interview. And there were many reasons I gave out. Now you are telling us history. Now you are in ODM. The other time you are supporting Kandu, and you know your chairman is Gideon Moi. Where are you? Stop misleading us. You are very young. We are very young. We need sober-minded. We don't need loyalties. We don't need conformists. People who don't give their... What? If we ask you, why do you think we should have BBI in the first place? To be honest with you. Do you even have that document? And if you have it, tell us, page 13 of that book talks about what? Stop reading, stop speculating. You've not read that document, yet you yap more than the proponent of it. Kindly respond. Tell us the page 13 of that BBI report is talking about what right now. We want to listen to you. Paragraph 2 is talking about what? And which version do you have? The Nyamera one, or because you understand history, maybe you have them all. We want you to respond now, because you pretend to be knowing that document. And we are confirming what you are reading for us. Thank you, Clinton. I want Ayaga to respond.
Thank you. Leonard, say something.
Ayaga, I think among us who are in this live conversation, me and you, I think, are the youngest. Because if I look at you, Ayaga, I think you're just below 35 years, like me. I just want to tell you one thing. The guys you're talking of, because I've heard you several times, you're mentioning Raila Odinga. Be aware that me and you, we don't pray for bad things for this country, but we have a long future, or we have a long way to go in this country. So if the policies that are going to be put up by these old guards or by this old man are going to sell through, my friend, me and you, we are the one who are going to suffer. And the age bracket who are below 35 in this country, I think they are making almost 3/4 of the Kenyan population today. So my brother, when you are arguing up your points, stop these issues. This leader believes in this leader believes in this. Stand on your ground and tell us, BBI, it has this and this. Like the other day, I saw the president. He was in a certain outskirts of Nairobi when he was telling the crowd that let's pass BBI so that we can increase the allocation to counties. What makes the president today not to do that? What makes the president not to do that? Several members of parliament have said and have spoken, they've told us their mind, and that is how it is in the constitution. The issue to do with the constituencies is the work of IEBC. It doesn't need constitutional amendment. Today, Kenya is surviving on loans. We are being owed by the World Bank over 7 trillion. My brother, if these loans are still going to continue until the next government come in power, because we're going to have an increase of offices, probably allocation of money will be more. This country, my friend, wacha nisiongee. Tutakuwa hapa tutaona tu. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, brother Leonard Arome. Evo.
Thanks. Thank you, Clinton. Jambo panel. Mi sina mengi ya kusema. I just want to point out a few things alafu nitoke hapa hivi niachie watu wengine opportunity. But what I would like to say is I don't think, and I stress this all the time, I don't think Kenya inahitaji BBI at this point. We don't need BBI. For simple reason, the current constitution ambayo iko, that constitution, we've only just had it not long ago. Now it's still a virgin constitution. It's not been explored properly. Unaona? So we don't need BBI. Na BBI, watu wa Kenya hawatakula BBI as we speak right now. Watu kuna lockdown, they should have prioritized lockdown, waangalie vile wanatoa watu kwa lockdown, wananchi wa Kenya warudi kazini, instead of beating about na spend more time on BBI, which is obviously what maskini wa Kenya, which is the vast majority, they don't care about BBI. But if you speak about today, ukiongea kuhusu vile my MPs na president na senators wataingia kwa parliament pale wa discuss hiyo lockdown, vile wataondolewa kwa hiyo lockdown warudi kazini, they'll be more than happy. Even if you take a poll now and give them an option, discuss BBI ama discuss lockdown, kutoka kwa lockdown, they will clearly tell you wanataka kutoka kwa lockdown because wamechoka na mambo ya kukuwa na lockdown. But matajiri are busy wanaongea mambo ya BBI. It's not helping ordinary Kenyan, unfortunately. Secondly, situation in Kenya is never getting any better. It's just worse and worse every single day. Na mimi afadhali Kenya ingekuwa bado katika mikono ya wakoloni instead of the hands of wenye unafikiria walikuwa wangekusaidia, because hao ndo sasa wanakunyanyasa hata zaidi ya wakoloni wa kitambo. Unfortunately, for a country like Kenya, it will take somebody who's very, very special, one person who's very special, to move Kenya even an inch to the right direction. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say that. At the moment, my MPs and senators ambao were elected in that country, they are all happy to line up their pockets na pay rise. They don't care about the constituents ambao wanatoka, that people walikuwa elected by these people, and they're forgetting that they're servants of our watu ambao waliwachagua. They should know that wanafanyia watu wa constituents kazi. But once they are elected, you never see them. Now, whenever you see them, wanakuja back in their 4x4s with tinted windows, and you don't huwezi kuwaona kabisa. And majority of Kenyans are languishing in poverty, which is a shame, really. Another thing nilikuwa nataka kusema kuhusu this mwenye amechaguliwa katika hiyo whatever unaongea. I hope we're back again. Tribalism imekick in tena hapa hivi. It's every single time. It doesn't matter what topic tunaongea, we are talking about. Out of politics, in politics, it's always ukabila iko ndani. I know ukabila haiwezi kuisha Kenya. It's very rife. But why don't we accept that tukubali they've had interviews, wamekuwa interview. Now whoever is taking the post, why don't you accept that the best person has taken the post regardless of the tribe or ukabila? Unaona, because at the end of the day walikuwa wamehojiwa pale publicly and we've all seen nini. If you disagree that the best person is not the best person that alichukua hiyo kazi, then come up, give us the reason why you think the best person did not come up with the idea. But even this panel, bado unasikia some of the members bado wanaongea kuhusu BBI. Mimi I'll accept it kama Raila ameisoma na akakubali. If Raila says no, unawewe pia unasema no. If you're educated, kama uko literate, surely the document is out there in public. Read it. Now uchangie. The way you're going to read it and understand it is exactly the same way maybe somebody like Raila anaenda kuisoma na understand. No. So people need to wake up and stop thinking that uongoje mtu akufanye something. You need to get out there and do it yourself. Unfortunately, me, I don't know anything about BBI because sijaisoma, and I don't think it will help me in any way nikisoma. So, but I hope, to be quite honest, the only reason me support BBI is because ordinary Kenyans do not need BBI as we speak right now. They don't. They need to be told how they're going to get out of lockdown. Period. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Evo. Nancy.
My second husband, Ayaga. Hey, if you've read the BBI, you would know that it's not what Kenyans need now. In fact, I was very disappointed this morning to see Ghana has actually applied for a license to start making vaccines themselves in their own country so they can help their own people to go back to being active economically. Our Speaker of both houses calls a special sitting to discuss BBI when we know there are people who are even sleeping hungry. Why do we have leaders who've got misplaced priorities? What we wanted a special sitting to be was to discuss how they're going to help Kenyans to get vaccinated so that they can open the economy. Locking people up will not help. We all know that the countries that have vaccinated majority of their people, they are all getting back to active economic life. Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are dying. There is no even they can't even talk about oxygen. These leaders, I think they should just go packing. They're a disappointment. And Ayaga, if you read the BBI, you said that we don't give you reasons why we oppose the BBI. I'll give you a reason. One of my reasons is that the timing is wrong. We are suffering. And this time should be even Raila Odinga, the person that you respect most, which I don't begrudge you for it. You're entitled to your own views. But he's failed to see that people are suffering, and he's always been the master that people have been looking up to. So shame on him for on this occasion. In regards to another reason why I don't support BBI, I don't support BBI because it's not inclusive. It's a hypocritical document. On page 13 that Sage talked about, they've written about grassroots economy, which Deputy President has been talking about, but yet they're telling us that the Deputy President is divisive when he says that he wants to grow a bottom-up approach, but yet is in the same document. That's being hypocritical. And then I don't support BBI because I don't want anybody to take away the independence of our judiciary. We want an independent judiciary because even at the moment, Uhuru is trying to become a dictator, even when the constitution doesn't allow him. We want him to follow the rule of law. Another thing that I don't support the BBI, I do not want people to be nominated. I want meritocracy. I want people to be elected on seats that they merit, and not just someone thinking that I'll nominate so-and-so. We don't want anybody's slay queen or girlfriend. We don't want to pay for them. We are tired of this kind of system. We want a change, but it's not the current change proposed by the BBI Ayaga.
Thank you, Senator. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Angela.
Hamjamboni wote.
Tuko poa.
Pia mimi niko poa. BBI. I don't think if our leaders are normal, they have normal thinking. We are suffering with the corona, busy discussing BBI. What is BBI Ayaga? Or there are some money they are just sending to you so that you just support BBI. I don't see any need of BBI.
Okay, Angel, you have a problem with your network or internet connection. Ham.
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for giving me chance. I don't know where to start, and I don't know what to say because people have different feelings about the so-called BBI. And if I just contribute, I'll say, well, there are so many things which should be done. First, let me say my position. My position is that I support BBI, not blindly, but with reason. The things inside that BBI, for those who have not read it, it is due. It has taken so long that to be actualized. And this mentality of Kenyans of saying BBI is about two people, my friends, my fellow citizen, this is not about two people. This is about your future generation and the future generation. The other day, I said into this platform that the problem we are having with our fellow Kenyans is that we have the opportunity, but we have decided to let the political class do decision on our behalf. Now, Kenyans have ignored the position of reading this document. It is not a constitutional change. It is a proposal amendment. And the reason they are calling for this emergency recession time to discuss, it is because yesterday they were in Serena, but they never bear fruits as they were expecting. So they are going to call a recession meeting, special one, tomorrow and Thursday. Reason, there are clauses which are coming inside. There are clauses which are emerging that there are people hijacking this document, which is for the Kenyans, which should go for referendum, but they want to bring it into another category that come 2022, Kenyans should not go for election. Kenyans should wait for another 2 years so that there is a clause inside the BBI which is being termed as the one which is wrong. The clause 87 and 89. 87 and 89. When you look into 89, 89 talks of boundaries. Where is these boundaries are coming in? These are the boundaries they are talking of, the 70 constituencies to be recreated. Within the BBI, you find there are people who do not want to let the document go to the referendum, but they want to use this clause of 89 in the name of creating the 70 constituencies, which we do not need now, because they want to hand over this document in the parliament. It is not the duty of the parliament to declare the boundaries of Kenya. It is the duty of IEBC to declare the boundaries, even the one in your home, which is just bounding your village. It is the duty of IEBC to do this. So there are people within the circle of this document who want to hijack the citizen privilege of voting for amending the law in the name of serving their own interest, that we need to bring crisis, that the president will call off the election in the name of two things. One, if you read the law of Kenya, Constitution of Kenya, Article 102, it talks of why Kenya can be called off not to go for election. It can only be called off when there is a crisis of a war. Now, I said Kenyans are being used to say things unknowingly, yet the political class is testing them to actualize what they want. Now, Kenyans are being sent out there to talk of, we cannot go for election due to COVID. We cannot go for election due to COVID. Now, this document is going to be used as a protocol tunnel that We cannot go for election because we are on the war with COVID. Mark you, Tanzania did election. Mark you, US, even when Trump was saying we cannot go for election, we did election. Mark you, Burundi did election. Mark you, Mali did election. So there is a cocoon, there is a cabal, there is a clique, there is fellow MPs who are feeling like we need to hijack this document to benefit ourselves so that president can extend the term with 2 years, because they are saying 2 years. Where are these 2 years coming? The 2 years are coming from IEBC. IEBC cannot declare a boundaries in less than a year. They have to declare a boundaries with 2 years. Are you getting the logic? Why we are calling these people from the recession to come to parliament tomorrow and Thursday? Mark you, it will be very hot. I'm one of the people who follow the Kenyan parliament. Any minute, it will be hot, because yesterday in the Serena, they never bear fruits. They just thrown words and they ended up not agreeing. For those who are asking, what is the benefit of this BBI? I'm telling you, it will not benefit you, but it will benefit your son and son and son and your great granddaughters. Reason, we no longer feel the benefits of the presidency leadership. Those people who are led by prime ministers, they are feeling the benefit. I gave example. Look the times of our Mr., our dad, our Baba, Mzee Kibaki, with PM, Prime Minister. We enjoyed a lot of benefit. The roads, the infrastructures you are seeing in Kenya now, it's not as a result of Uhuru, Parliament and government. No. This is a manifesto was put into place by the Raila Amolo Odinga with Kibaki. So when you ask the benefit of BBI, we understand we have COVID. But aside COVID, we cannot stop the world because we have COVID. You cannot stop your life because you have COVID. You do other things aside the COVID. We need to call the citizen into sober mood that don't talk of wacha nisomewe. Read it on your own. I've read it several times. I do go through it because I feel, ombudsman, it will help a citizen. Today, we have a designated woman by the name, my Lord Honorable Lady Justice Mother Koome. If she comes to the power of Chief Justice, that is one of the positions we are looking into BBI. Equity, where women and men are equal. That is one benefit of BBI. Secondly, we are looking into equalizing of member of parliament, where we have gender, 2/3 of women in the house. Right now, we do not have, because Kenya is being led by big number of males. The BBI will help into that. We are looking into prime minister. Currently, no one is overseeing the government affair. We do not have opposition leader. It is already swallowed. The ODM, it's already swallowed. Even if it is there ceremoniously. But if BBI passes, it will be categorically announced that opposition leader is there in the parliament. So this money getting lost in, out, up, down, it will not go. It will be shouted and it will benefit Kenyans. Ombudsman, it has been there under the clouds of looking into judicial. It is the ombudsman who came and said, look, we have corrupt officers within the law firms and within the justice circles. But we citizens, that one is not part of us. As we are interested with, if I take my case to the Court of Appeal, or to the law court, or to the magistrate court, how am I going to be served? Is it going to achieve my goals within the time frame given? If it does not do according to that, and according to the government criteria of gauging the law justice bodies, ombudsman is there to point out to the president, so that president can point out to the public, look, this and this and this and this is not happening. People people. Let's read, take position, do your decision. Don't wait the political class do decision for you. Reason, they will benefit themselves. Because as we are talking, don't be surprised when you hear the extension term of MPs is 7 years and president term is 7 years, because it is happening in Uganda, it is happening in Rwanda, it is happening in other places we know. Kenya, you are not out of it. In fact, if it goes that route, Kenyans will cry. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ham. So, Ham, I have maybe one question to you.
Yes, ask.
Unasema kwamba you fully support BBI. But at the same time, unamalizia kwa kutuambia kwamba let us not be surprised wakisogeza presidential term from 5 to 7 years, same to MPs. Now my question is, do you support president's term and MP's term being increased to 7 years now that you support BBI?
Clinton.
These are yes or no question.
Let me answer that question. Very clear and to the point. One, in BBI does not talk of extending term. Okay? That is no. In BBI, we are not extending term limit of a president. There is no anywhere. We are not extending. But the reason of not going to pass it or not going to do anything to do with it in referendum, it will create a room whereby it will be termed as BBI, it is no, it has fallen, but now they will take the crisis of the articles they are now bringing to the board. Which are these crises? The crisis is about the IEBC. It has not done its mandate. IEBC is supposed to work or to be in the office 2 years prior election, if you understand very well. IEBC should be in the office 2 years prior election. Any commissioner elected in the office of IEBC should be in the office 2 years before what? Election. If you look what happened, some years 2013 and also 2017 and also I think 2008, 2007, that was some of the clauses that brought problem. Now, when you look, we have commissioners who are the four to be interviewed in the course of, I think, next week to take position of IEBC. How many months do we have to election? We are having less than even 12 months, I think, because now we are heading May. So May to August, because election should take voting should take place every second week of August of the 5th year, meaning August to August this year, that is 1 year. Then July, June, and May, three months. So we are talking of 15 months. 15 months. If you look into what is happening now, it is only BBI can set presidency to that election and to say no to extent of the term limit. It will protect Kenyans from extending term limit. Look what is happening in Somali. What is happening now with Famajo? He has refused to agree with the opposition leaders with what is happening with change of constitution and agreement of election. And by use of his own power, he declared no election. He has pushed election 2 years. What does that tell you? Somalis adopting Kenyan method of system of presidency, 5 years, but they are pushed 2 years. So you think Kenyan, you are very far? It is the right time. Go for BBI. Let us take BBI to the referendum, to the Kenyans to vote it or to ignore it. But if it goes to parliament way, it will fail, because the two books we are being taught, the correct BBI and the wrong BBI, I don't think they were wrong. There must be any agenda behind that. There was agenda. There is nothing happens in a political class with no agenda. There was an agenda that if it comes to parliament for debate so that they pass, they will say, no, look, this thing is wrong. It cannot pass. And that one will be end of BBI. That's why you are seeing they are calling for special sittings tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday. And then
Thank
I'm
you,
telling
Ham.
you, it will be very hot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ham. Angela, you are talking and your internet had problems, so you may finish what you are saying.
I was saying this, that hawa leaders wetu hawafikirii vile sisi wa Kenya tunaumia. If wangekuwa wale wa viongozi wa kufikiria vile mwananchi wa kawaida Kenya hii anaumia, kesho wangekuwa wametuambia ile meeting wanachea ni about the lockdown, vaccine zitatosha, wataleta aje vaccine za kutosha, uchumi itarudi aje Kenya. We could have supported that. But BBI, it is not the right time for BBI. We are suffering. I know Ayaga, you are comfortable. You don't suffer because hata ni kama hauna mtoto mwenye ako shuleni ndo sababu. Our kids are at home. Ni watoto wangapi saa hii wanaingia kwa mihadarati? Unatoka kwa nyumba saa 11 ya asubuhi, unarudi kwa nyumba saa 2 na kafyu, hujui mtoto wako ameshinda wapi. Ni kwa sababu unang'ang'ana kutafuta, huyu mtoto kukifunguliwa atahitaji school fees. Huyu mtoto kwa hiyo nyumba anahitaji kukula. Hauna time na mtoto wako. Watoto wangapi saa hii wameingia mihadarati? Wasichana wangapi saa hii wanapata mimba? Ambapo saa hii watoto wangekuwa wanarudi shule. So haitusaidii kabisa, haitusaidii BBI, hainisaidii chochote. Na siitaki hata kuisikia. Mimi Ayaga, usipite kwangu na hiyo document, unaweza kula mawe. Acha nisikudanganye, wewe cheka tu. Hizi opportunities zenye wana create za MPs, za ma MCA, za ma women rep, whatever. If now haya ndo maisha, uchumi imepanda, hakuna pesa, wanapata za corona za madeni wanaingiza kwa mifuko. Na wako hivyo wachache. Hizo opportunity bado hazijaongezeka. Then zikiongezeka, ni wapi tutaishi? Tutasomesha watoto, tutalisha watoto? Oro tutaachia kina Ayaga wale wenye wako na wenye wanajua venye BBI ina benefit. Tuhame Kenya tuende Uganda. So for me, si support BBI hata kidogo, juu hakuna, na BBI yenyewe sijawahi isoma. Nimetembea, sijaiona document hata moja ya BBI. So I support what I have read or just kuona kwa TV na kwa mtandao BBI. You support something you have seen it has benefits. But if it doesn't benefit me, instead I'm suffering. Why should I support it? Pesa ya kukaa BBI kesho najua ni pesa wanakaa wanapewa wakule. Hiyo pesa wangesema wale Wakenya wanaumia, wananunuliwa unga, kila mtu unga pakiti moja. Sababu ya lockdown hawaendi hawana kazi. But not BBI. Memaliza.
Okay.
Angel,
Thank
naweza
you.
kuuliza swali?
Thank you, Angela. Acha tumsikize Morumbwa ndipo umuulize Angela swali, bwana Ham.
Okay.
So, Morumbwa.
Najaribu kuweka, I don't see?
We don't see.
Your
Wani nini
host
Marumbwa?
has muted your mic. Oh, okay. Now, so I think I've been listening to the conversation that has been going here. But as a Kenyan, I feel Kenyans because sometimes we don't understand what is going on, or we understand what's going on. But as a very good student of the Kenyan politics, although I don't live in Kenya, I tend to think
Okay. Maybe alikuwa anaitwa nani? Ako na shida ya internet maybe. So Josephat ulikuwa na yeye. Josephat, unalipi la kusema Josephat?
Yes, habari za jioni.
Salama sana.
Ndio tu nimeingia sasa, sijaweza kujua topic ilikuwa gani, ndio najaribu sikiza.
Yeah.
Ndio catch up with what is the topic about so that niweze kuchangia.
Okay, karibu sana bwana Josephat.
Asante.
Marumbwa.
White cutting. Yeah. Yes.
Bwana Josephat, mute your microphone.
But what I'm saying,
okay.
I wish Kenyans we can come back. Maybe more especially I can see most of you are young people. If we can be thinking in a sober way, then we see what is good in Kenya. Then actually we can actually proceed. But because it's as if we have taken the kasumba of the politics in Kenya, we support or we don't support based on our political affiliation. But the truth of the matter is, the way politics has been in Kenya since the 1990s, when I was a young person, I can see it changing. And the more it's changing, it's now the young people are also, the young people, the politicians. So let me come to the issue of the BBI. As much as we may agree or we have problems with this BBI,
Speak loud.
simply because initially some people were being told that we were left out.
Oh, the guy has a problem. Ishmael, wewe pia ni kama umehang, so rekebisha na uje tena kabla hatujamaliza. So Josephat, umesikiza ya kutosha, maybe maoni yako kwa dakika 2-3.
Yeah, I think it's about the current affairs, what is going on. Kama vile kesho kutakuwa na ile mkutano ambao ni ya kujadili mambo ya kupitisha BBI. Sasa mimi najaribu tu kusema I don't buy, yani sishiki mkono, siungi mkono ile jambo, kwa ajili lile jambo wangeenda kuongelea pale ni kuhusu vile mwananchi wa kawaida anaumia. Unajua sasa kwa saa hizi unaona 5 counties zimefungwa na tunapitia hali ngumu ya kifedha. Sasa wangeenda tu wachangie, waone how to save the economy, vile ambavyo watachangia, yani economy itarejelea vizuri na mambo kama yale. Na ili juu BBI tunaweza ileta baadaye after mambo imerudi kawaida. Yeah.
Okay, thank you Bwana Josephat. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Sage Ila.
Okay, thank you. Now, first I have to recommend and submit to Angel ya kwamba you have to go through that document for you to understand and have strong belief that you can oppose it. So kindly go and get that document to read it. But for people who have read it like Ayaga, it will be better. At least you educate us on the same, because it will also give us your own stand. You, as you present it to us, we'll also be able to see your stand on it, a firm stand on it. But hii idea ya kukuja hapa kutuambia what which you've not read, you don't allow. Give us facts about the document. Kindly, we want to see you, your video. Kindly, yes, now, good. You've also supported the BBI and you're supporting it. Brother, I think that document is one of the, if those people were to stop corruption, they don't need a BBI. And they don't need to bribe MCA to do that. They don't need to give a car grant. Look at the stories, the versions that we have. Those are just like they are trying to manipulate. They don't have influence of whatsoever. That's why they're seeing. If this thing was a good document, there's even no need of having a special meeting yesterday. They are under pressure. They are trying to justify their actions, which is not even justifiable. So it is dogmatic. It is very ungood to see people that should be thinking of a progressive agenda are having a special meeting just to discuss BBI at this time. Then you also have your time to support it. I think there's something wrong. There's a very big problem. BBI will never save the situation we are at the moment. That's the sad truth you need to take home. Yes, whether you like it or not, that's my stand. BBI is not a solution, but it is a means in which these people want to justify their economic strength. You get my point? If these people want to do away, they need to tell us what is their economic plan, not about constitutional amendment plan. Economic plan is what will recover this country. You're telling about the prime minister. Prime minister was there in the time of it. Why did they remove it? Now they tell us it is now good, prime minister. Now, why did they remove it in the first place? It is high time. You cannot be told today, abuse your mother. Tomorrow your mother is good. The next day, your mother is one of the worst people, abuse her. So, you get to my point.
Okay, thank you, Sage. Thank you, Sage.
I'm concluding. Let me conclude.
Okay.
Yeah, allow me conclude. This is what I'm saying. This point is very important. We need to speak with one voice. Ya kwamba itatusaidia. That's the bitter truth. Whether you are a youth, whether you are disabled, whether you are in a business, it will not help us. Wage bill is another thing. It is in what we are divided. Right now, we've devolved corruption to 47 countries. Right now, there's an impeachment pending Senate hearing in Wajir because of corruption. And when you look at the scale of the money that is stolen, is in terms of millions. Okay? So these are things that we really need to talk about. Okay? Then someone is trying to tell you do increase constituency. So what? In fact, we need to narrow them down so that at least we have 110 constituencies. Hii kitu ya mtu kukwambia when we divide the number of then we get more funds. So what? It is not practical. Let us look with what is practical. BBI has no place in our country. In fact, it should be thrown in the dustbin of history. Full stop. Thank you. If you have any objection, you raise up your hand and we are here to respond.
Thank you very much, Sage Ila. Ayaga?
Clinton, can you give me some minute to Sage?
Let Ayaga say something, then next person will be you. So Ayaga.
Leo ni kama unangoja tu wakati yako utajibu swali once. Hata mimi nimewekwa hivyo hivyo na nimetajwa mara kadhaa. Thank you very much.
So wait Ayaga.
Okay.
Kama uko na maswali kadha wa kadha ya kujibu.
Mimi sina maswali. Mimi nataka tu kujibu.
Basi relax, Ishmael aseme.
Hapana, wacha nimalize.
Okay.
Wacha nimalize. I will be very brief. Moses has run away. Sage is here. Sage, anybody, I think any human being who is today watching this show will categorically tells you that majority of people who are opposing BBI, there are no information about that BBI. I thank Angela for coming out on a broad live television worldwide like this to tell us that she has not read it. So I don't know even where on the world you want to oppose something you have not read, you have not seen. You are talking about only on rumors. You only have rumors and rumors and rumors and rumors. As a human being, for you to oppose consciously, you have to take one stand with one mind that I've read it and this is why I'm opposing it. Not I've heard, I've not seen, and I'm opposing. I ask you in the chat, secret chat, Angela, who is your member of parliament? Maybe you are coming from one of the constituencies that are densely populated. You are
now, Ayaga, let me answer you. A member of parliament, even right now when you call him, he will tell you that girl, I don't know where she came from. Time for Corona, when he was giving out ungas and mucheles, he could not see me. But time of BBI, and you just have to know that the office of the member of parliament from my kibanda is 3 steps of foot. But time of BBI, he come and tells me, you know, madam, I come here, I want your signature. For what?
Who is him? Who is your member of parliament?
Time ya BBI ndo unaniona. Are you really?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me conclude. So you are opposing something. My problem is that you are opposing something you have not read. You only have rumors. And
Ayaga, let me ask you a question. Have you seen any copies of BBI moving around? I haven't seen any copy of BBI, and I can't waste my time to go and look for something which has no benefits in my life. You see, when I go for looking for copies of BBI,
thank you, Angela.
That time I have not that time.
Thank you, Angela.
Order guys. Guys, ni mimi niliandika hii topic. Na hii topic si kuandika ukuje hapa utuambie una support ama unapinga. Ningetaka kujua kama una support ama unapinga, ningeweka huko no or yes. Unaingia ukisema naunga, napinga, alafu unatoka. So
okay.
let's have a little bit of some order na tuache feelings.
Thank you very much.
Mimi nikija hapa hufai kuniuliza mbunge wangu ni nani, ama unaniuliza things. Don't go personal with one another please. So tafadhali.
Okay. Clinton,
You either
I
stick
asked
to the
that.
topic, ama ujoin kanisa ingine iko hapa chini. Asante.
Thank you very much. I didn't ask on a bad faith, yeah. I was just answering. In the process of answering, I was
Ayaga, can I say something, please?
Why we need so many members of parliament? Because some member of parliament represent very large people. That 1 billion they are given is too small to cover everybody. That's why sometimes Angela I've never met his member of parliament, maybe in the course of his lifetime. Thank you very much. Sage, you asked me about inclusivity. The page you are talking about, you are answered by Ham. You ask me if I'm in KANU or ODM. I, as Ayaga, am in KANU. ODM is supporting BBI, and KANU is also supporting BBI. I am from Luo Nyanza. So any issue that arises there also affect me as a human being. I have to talk about it. Nancy talk of timing of BBI. There is no timing on BBI. The economy we are talking about, if you grow economy with a constitution like this one of ours, that economy you can destroy with 1 week. It can go down in 1 week. We will not have no economy. US is better economically because they are strong constitutionally. They have done 25th Amendment. We are just going for the First Amendment since the promulgation of the Constitution. So they are strong. That's why Trump even throw whatever. But when Constitution says, I hope if Trump was in Africa, he could have not leave power easily. Yeah. But because of Constitution, let us build a Constitution, a very strong Constitution, through BBI, that when we are going to the future, we will not be going in every election after building economy for 3 years, and in 2 years to election, we destroy the same economy. That is the main agenda, actually. The BBI is trying to solve that. Inclusivity, you talk about nomination. No nomination in BBI. If you have read it clearly, those nominations will be the runners-up. So those ladies must be on ballot, and when they become number 2, they will be picked from there. They must campaign, they must be known. Not like now, where somebody will just sit down, go to his side chick, and nominate the side chick into a government. That is not on BBI. I think Ham actually today lecture and help, and actually he reduced all this propaganda. He told us clearly what is there. The problem, he told us, is in clause 89, 87 and 89, which I agree. Even me, I don't support everything in the BBI, but like tax holiday works well in Zambia. Tax well work well in Zambia. We as youths, like Angela, that business, you are not doing well because of taxation. Kanjo will come there to tax you. Sijui, you will be asked, hapa unauza mboga, do you have health certificate? They will ask you so many things. The high taxation, those licenses are the things that are destroying your business. If you are given a capital today to start a business in Nairobi of even a 1 million, house rent only will take 45, because they will tell you house is 15, pay and with the deposit, and then they're telling you no goodwill of about 20,000. Your money is over. By the time you are going for licenses, then you think of a business you are going to do, you will have no money even to plan. So the taxes, that BBI is want to reduce through tax holidays is actually helping. Moses, I think you are watching. Moses asked me who went to the to those guys who collect views to tell them we want prime minister, we want deputy prime minister. I want to tell Moses he met one person today, which is me. I led a group here in Nairobi. We present, that panel led by Haji and Ada Olo. We gave them that we need a prime minister, we need two deputies prime minister, so that this aggressive. In fact, we were saying reduce the powers of president so that Kenyans should stop fighting for one position, because we have so many elections, like 6 of them. We only have problem with one. That is the truth. We only have problem with one. Nobody cares who become member of parliament in Uasin Gishu County. Nobody cares who becomes governor there in Siaya. If he's a man from Taita Taveta. Somebody who is in Turkana don't care who becomes a governor in Nairobi. Yeah? But what about that presidency? The presidency is where the problem is. Let us reduce.
Excuse me. You are saying that you led a team of youths to the Haji's committee, and you submitted that you wanted the powers of the president reduced.
To be reduced,
and by doing so, you suggested that they can only be reduced by introducing the prime minister and 2 positions.
The 2 deputy. No.
Yeah, two deputy prime minister positions.
I've said for the powers of president to be reduced, let us create a position of a prime minister with 2 deputies to delegate some presidential powers to prime minister, to prime minister, yes.
So, according to you, that's the only way the president's powers can be reduced. And all the youths that you led.
Yeah. No. We had so many issues. You know, some were captured in BBI, some were not captured. I have that booklet. I can represent it here on Friday. We had that memorandum. Our memorandum had so many things.
You presented so many views, but some were not captured. But the only one that was captured, the prime minister.
The creation of prime minister and the 2 deputies, yes.
And this one, according to you, will help us reduce the powers of the president, not inclusivity. Because kina Adam Solo, wait, kina Adam Solo mliwapea views, wanasema it was introduced for inclusivity, lakini wewe na team yako ni for powers of the president to be reduced. So according to you as a youth, mwenye aliongoza team kuenda kwa Haji, unaona wanaleta inclusivity wanavyosema, ama ni powers za president wana reduce?
Yes. Those 2 things are right. Inclusivity inakuja where we always have that when presidency come from central, a deputy will go to Rift Valley and vice versa. If you create a post of prime minister, we will have a nature of Kenya with like Big 5, where we have a president. If a president comes from central, and in fact, we were talking in regions, not ethnic. If you look at our memorandum, inclusivity was regionally, that central, yeah? You include even like Kipia and the part of Meru, the other side, central Kenya. Then Western region, if Western region have prime minister, I told you here that Western region starts from somewhere in Bungoma or Trans Nzoia and ends down, in fact, West Pokot, and ends down in Kisii to Nyamira County. We were talking in a regional block, not an ethnic. If we can have that balance, and a deputy come from coast, and another deputy come from northeastern Kenya and northern Kenya.
Okay.
Then the deputy president will come from Rift Valley. That is inclusivity. I hope you are getting my point. Yes.
I'm getting your point. My last question to you, maybe nakusumbua lakini itabidi uzoee.
Niko sawa. Swali
ukisema kwamba winner takes it all. We kama mfuasi sugu wa BBI wanasema winner takes it all has been a problem.
Yes.
Which you agree with. What
Yes,
if twende election saizi tumchague Uhuru kama president, Ruto kama naibu wake, alafu Raila alikuwa kwa debe, Musalia kwa debe, na wakakuwa number 2 na 3 mtawalia. See, hiyo election is free and fair. Na tukienda kwa election huwa kuna winner na loser. Mbona hii wanasema kwamba hakufai kuwa na loser? Na hata huko kwa shule head boy akikampaign obviously lazima atashinda na huyo mwingine atashindwa. So where are we heading to? So long as uko kwa presidential ballot lazima upate kiti.
Thank you very much for your question. In fact, the opposers of BBI should ask us such questions. I love it so much. A good question. With the BBI, if BBI pass, winning election in Kenya without a strong and a nation lookout, yani nation like you are going to only win election in Kenya through a coalition, and that coalition must have a regional balance, failure to which there is no way you are going to win election. For example, if Ruto formed the team and Ruto became the president, he gave up the deputy president to somebody from central Kenya, let us say Gachagua, and Halwale became a prime minister from western region, and then Mohammed Ali became another deputy prime minister from coast. I think even the losers going to the opposition will have an office with a kitchen cabinet where you are mandated and you can be asked by law to go and oppose the government. Not a kind of something we have like here today, where a loser who never even participated in election is being pushed by people because you are the one who used to oppose the government. Now come now to oppose the government for us. If the election was, if we had that office today, everybody could have gone to Akuro or court. You became number 2 in the repeat election. You are declared as number 2. You sign that election is fair. He could have formed a kitchen cabinet. Nobody could have been bothering Raila. But my sister Nancy will tell you Raila has failed us because we are suffering, but he's not talking about it. Yet Raila is an ordinary, Raia.
Thank you. Sam.
Good.
Thank you, panelist. Mjamboni mahali mlipo. Ayaga.
Clinton, I think I was the next to talk.
Nilikuwa nimeingia mbele kabla ujiongee wakati ulikuwa unaongea. Tafadhali nakuomba tu.
Tuwasikize tu hao watatu alafu tukuje hapo juu. Kuna Sam, Rupia na Cyrus in that order. Alafu Ham.
Okay. Ayaga. My lovely young brother. Ayaga. Unajua kuna kitu umeongea hapo, mimi sisemi sikubaliana na wewe na sisemi nakubaliana na wewe. Let us talk BBI in general. BBI kulingana na mimi mwenyewe siwezi sema ilikuwa ni initiative ya Wakenya. Let us not joke, let us not take people just for granted. Hii ilikuwa initiative ya rais na former prime minister. ilitokana na kulingana na handshake vile walisema handshake, alafu wakasema kuna wenyewe wali-identify nine issues wali-identify na wakasema itakuwa ni BBI. Anyway, watu walienda kwa nini nini BBI wadiko committee walienda kwa raia wakapata nini hao wakapata jawabu kila moja. There's one thing ya hayaga ama sisi wote, hii mambo ya inclusivity, hii mambo ya prime minister, sijui ni deputy prime minister, I don't want to know it. Kuna kitu moja ambayo inanisumbua akili mpaka saizi. Inclusivity kwangu mimi ni kusema kutoka chini. Inclusivity ni kusema pesa ziende chini kutoka kwa raia chini, ikija juu, sababu raia hao ndio wanaandika hao watu ambao wako juu. They pay taxes. They are the one who are employers. Sio president na prime minister na deputy prime minister na deputy kananu, sorry, nimeongea Kijerumani, deputy ministers or CS, they are not the employers. These are employees of the raia. The citizen, they are they themselves, they are the one who are employing the president and whatever. One thing. Second thing, there's one thing which is very disturbing. Very, very, very disturbing with the BBI. Let us take, for example, not for example, that's if and when it's going to be passed, this BBI is going to be passed. There are three things we people, the ordinary citizens, that are going to face it very hard. Wanasema BBI, what do you call it, the prime minister akichaguliwa watakuwa powers ya rais itakuwa minimized. Let us not cheat ourselves. Nani atachagua prime minister? Who is going to influence the MPs in the parliament? Is going to be the president. Yeye atachagua prime minister ambaye yeye mwenyewe anapenda, anaweza kuwa anasaidia wale nini yake, agenda yake iendelee. That's one thing. Second thing, wanasema ati ministers wanachukuliwa kutoka kwa bunge. Do you know how much money is going to the ministers are going to get it? Even though they say that's a theory, conspiracy theory. It's quite different from reality. Wanasema kuwa ministers watapata tu allowance. Do you know how many allowance they are going to get it? They are going to get it more than what they are getting now in the parliament, as a member of parliament. That's one thing. Second thing, the ministers, they have said that they are not going to be vetted. How are we going to know that these people are going to elect them as a minister? The president is going to select them, and he's not going to elect them. They're going to select them as ministers. How do we know whether they are thieves or they are murderers? Ikiwa kama umetushinda wale wako saizi na wale wengine sasa wataingia baadaye, it's going to be very hard to maintain one minister alone. One minister, it costs more than 5 million or 6 million per month to maintain one minister, because atahitaji bodyguards, atahitaji magari zake, atahitaji security kwa nyumba yake, nyumbani kwake, nyumbani na nini mali wanaishi Nairobi. Usijaribu kutingiza kichwa nini. I'm telling you, Ayaga, I'm a panelist. This is a reality. Let us not take our life for granted. Some of us, some of us who are in Kenya, they are getting 20,000 per month, or even less than that, 5,000 a month. they have to pay school fees, they have to pay that, taxes are going up. Gentlemen, na mnaongeza constituency ingine 70 na wanajidanganya nyinyi kuwa utapatiana milioni 100 kwa mwaka. Unapatiana milioni 100 huku, na hiyo MP peke yake kulipwa peke yake kwa mwaka ni milioni karibu 300. So where are you going to get that money? Utapata wapi pesa ya kulipa milioni 100 hiyo, ili ataleta constituency hiyo, or the government is going to remit to the constituency, na ile pesa ambayo huyo MP atalipwa kwa mwaka. Gentlemen, hey, ladies and gentlemen, let us be realistic. This is hiyo wakati wetu wa zamani. This is about us. It's about you, me and the others. Not forget about us. Wale tuko sasa tumekuwa more than 30 years and above. Watoto wetu, vijukuu wetu na vitukuu. The third, forget about it a second. The third and the fourth generation wataendaje? Wataishi namna gani? Ikiwa kama maisha imeshinda sisi wenyewe saa hizi, wale wengine watafunia namna gani? Itakuwa very hard. Let us take things seriously. Before we vote, or before we say, yes, we're going to pass BBI, analyze yourself as an individual, not as a group. Nisipatiwe sahizi 1,100 alafu nasema BBI 1,100 nitalipa within 3 months kwa serikali. Yes, wewe sidanganywe, utalipa within 3 months. They know how to get that money. They wenyewe hawajali, they know they're going to get it. Utapata nini? Ikiwa kama saizi kutoka Februari mpaka saizi petroli imeongezwa mara 2, mnaanza kulalamika. Na je, wakati hiyo constituency ni wakati prime minister offices ni wakati ministers of gentlemen, na unaona mambo ya CAS imeleta shida mingi, sababu they have gone beyond it.
Some out of point, please. Just please educate Kenyans, because it's like now you are throwing stones to Kenyans.
No,
just
I'm not throwing.
Kenyans.
I'm not throwing.
Kenyans, please.
Moment. I'm not throwing. I'm just trying to explain everything in detail so that you people can know, so that we can know exactly what we are thinking. So that we can know what we are thinking. We are feeling ourselves a pinch here, wherever you are. And we have to send money. Within 2 weeks, 1 day, 3 days, they want money. What do I get it? What do they get it? And the government is putting everything in, disarraying everything, putting people in a totally awkward way. So it's not harm, Mr. Ham. It's not that I'm throwing a stone to them. I am trying to tell the people of Kenya that we have to stand. We as an individual, you as an individual, we have to put the things in our mind so that we can educate the rest. Otherwise, trying to put things in a shallow way, things, we're putting the future generation in a very big problem. Where do we think we are going to pay that 9 trillion Kenya shillings? 9 trillion Kenya shillings. Each and everybody is going to pay about 3,000. Kwa ule mtoto masaliwa leo, na ule pengine hata ako na miaka 100 na saizi, ni lazima alipe hiyo pesa 3,000 shillings per day. How long will it take it?
Thank you.
Clinton, can I respond to some?
Naomba tumsikize Rupia pia, alafu you'll have your time, Ham, worry less. So Rupia na Cyrus in that order.
Thank you very much, Bwana Clinton. And I would like to take this opportunity to actually thank everyone who has contributed here. We've had your contributions, and they are important. But one thing I would like to start with is that I would like to tell Mr. Ayaga that we as Kenyans, we care about our leadership at every step, at every stage. I heard he talked of people will not care about presidency or who becomes governor in Siaya or elsewhere. But I would like to tell you, I'm right inside Siaya today, and as some of you might have seen, that I have been having network problems. Even where I am right now, I have been experiencing serious network problems. I'm also charging my phone in my car. So if you are not able to see me clearly, that is because I am charging my phone. So to get into the main topic about, first of all, let me appreciate the JSC panel, and they are almost doing a miracle, and they are almost creating a history for nominating a female to be our next Chief Justice. So kudos to them for the work they have done, and may God bless them. Going forward in this country, we have real problems. We are in a predicament, and that is what we should now think of is how to get out of this predicament that we are right inside it. And for us to move, we does not require somebody to reason correctly. It doesn't require somebody to actually make right steps, but it requires all our inputs. If some contribute something, I contribute, Ayaga contributes, and others contribute, then that is enough to be heard. If it is heard by responsible citizens, then it is taken. And what I would like to say is this. BBI is a political document that is being fronted by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. So purely what you should underline is that it's a political document that is being fronted to us. It has its advantages and disadvantages. So there are those people who only look at the disadvantages and they say, I cannot cope up with this. It is bad for us. There are people who look at the advantages and they say BBI is okay. And there are people who are balancing between the advantages and the disadvantages, and they are coming out with an outright answer. But what I will tell you about a political process, not a political, but political process. Political process is simply political, and there's nothing you can change about it. Because most of us here, we are not politicians. We are political followers, which means we follow politicians. Like Ayaga strongly follow a certain politician that he must come here and front his ideas and he knows. So we are political followers. That is why we have problems. If we would make decisions that that we know very well that these decisions are affecting our lives directly, but maybe somewhere Ayaga is the decision he's making is also affecting his life directly because his life can move. You know, there are people when they talk about a politician, then their life changes or their life moves. But if they don't talk about the certain politicians or the politicians, their life doesn't move because we are now entangled in by politicians. I they make sure that we are inside so that they can amass wealth, amass power, and everything, so that we can only be busy doing other things that we should make our life better. But let me tell you about BBI. I've not given my position whether I conquer or I don't. But if you look at BBI keenly, BBI may be a blessing in disguise. That is what. Again, I also say BBI is not sustainable in this country, because if you look at our current the constitution we have currently, it's a good one. It's better than BBI because this is the constitution 2010 that devolved resources to the grassroots, and we were really happy about it and how it has worked. But because some politicians are interested and they hold keys to our success, I'm talking about President Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. They hold keys. You can go to some street somewhere and talk your politics, and nobody will follow you. We have very scholar politicians. We have very wise politicians, but they can go to certain streets and nobody will listen to them. But somebody like Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta, if they go to those streets, they will be listened to, and people will take what they say. So it requires what is called political intelligence. We cannot just reason without that. Nowadays, you know, we nowadays call it political input. We used to call it political interference, but we don't never have political interference, because if you mention the word political interference, then you are doomed. You say political input, however bad it is a political input, and you have to go that way. If you have to go that way as an ordinary Kenyan, what do you do? There are ways that you can reverse this. One of them is a very difficult one. It's through a revolution. But now we don't want to go there. We as Kenyans, we only want to go this direction. But that is through revolution, which is very expensive, very costly to us as citizens. So the only option we are left with is to follow what the politicians say. But in the end of it all, what are we going to get? We have to follow what the politicians say. What I mean in short is that BBI is with us, and probably it's going to be passed. It has been signed in all the assemblies, and it's like we have to embrace BBI. We have to embrace BBI unless we have some powers that cannot make us embrace BBI. But we have to accept this thing that BBI, whether you like it or whether you don't want it, BBI is with us. What should we look for in this BBI? BBI also has great things. It is not only that it has bad things, it has some good things that we can exploit or we can explore. It has representation. That is one of them. It is devolving more money to the grassroots. That is another one. And so many. I heard somebody talked of allowances. But again, if you look at it from that perspective, we will have ministers or the cabinet secretaries who are members of parliament. We will have that. And these people will only draw the allowances as ministers. I don't see any problem in that because we have actually cut down spending. We are now spending on cabinet secretaries and we are spending on the members of assembly. And this cabinet, currently they are drawing salaries and they are drawing allowances at the same time of equal measure or even more.
Thank you, Rupia.
We must, I'm not telling. It's okay.
Okay, malizia ulichokuwa ukisema in 1 minute please.
Okay, what I was saying is that I'm not telling you guys to support BBI, but we have to be careful and we have to care about our posterity because we also need our country to be firm and to be stable. And we have that capability to be firm and stable in this country. So these ideas that we are giving, they count. These concerns that we are raising, they count. But again, I said BBI might be a blessing in disguise. Let us look at our leaders. I said some time back that the leaders we have, the person who will become president in this country will not come from Jupiter, will not come from heaven. They are just one of the politicians we have around. So that one also plays some role to some extent because we are not going to have angels. We are going to have the same people who are leaders. I don't know whether we are out. Okay, we are still inside. But it is with us. We have to accept the fact that BBI is here with us. If we will pass it, we will pass it. If we will not pass it, we will not pass it. So let us just accept our situation as at now. But in mind, we know that we need a country. And the kind of leadership we've had before, which I have a problem with, when I look at a very young person, reasoning, rather you have not done your research well. And I would like you to go back and do your research. Because as a young man, you cannot reason like that. That the way you are reasoning is not good. If I look at it, we must have, you as youthful as you are, you have to reason in a manner that is showing that you are visionary, not that you are following some politicians who have been there, and we know some of them have not lived up to expectations. Thank you. I'm on the sides and I'm following.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, Cyrus.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clinton, good evening, everyone. I can say I'm doing well, and the discussion is good. What I can say about the judiciary or the appointment of judiciary of the Chief Justice, I can say that since we have been yearning to have women leaders in this country, I can say if she goes through all the process and get approval from the president, it will be a good start for women, and whatever pace that she will put in the judiciary, then the women leadership will be tested. So me, I can say it is a good chance that we have a woman in that office, so that we can also see the her capacity and what she can deliver for this country, and because he has been in that field for a long time, she has been fighting for women rights and other things. I hope she is equal to the task. So I can say she's good to continue with that job. So I don't have problem with that one because we have been having men all throughout. The other thing is about BBI. We have been talking about BBI for many days, and I don't think there is any forum that we have had and ended without talking anything about BBI. Since we started this forum, I remember very well I said that how BBI came to place and how it was started, it portrayed a picture that it is a document of two people and the other people thoughts were not put in place. And the process that has been taken to bring BBI on board has been full of problems, irregularities, and even trying to force things down the road to Kenyans. I said that when there was Sagana meeting, I went there, and I was waiting to have a document that I will read for myself, so that I can understand what is in BBI that will help me to make a decision. But after the meeting, we were only given a small booklet with 13 pages and another two another BBI format that was put on two papers, two I think like full scraps, just summaries. So everyone who was there could not understand in details what is entailed in BBI. So I said, then why should I be told to support something that I don't know what it entails? Then somebody told me that since the steering people, president and former prime minister, are the one that know what the BBI carries, I should not have any doubt. The BBI came to county assemblies. These people, they were told they will be given 2 million. So they never read what is in BBI. Was in Gisu County, through the minority leader. He went through the BBI report and said that it is better to abstain because there were some articles, or there were some quoted articles of constitution in BBI that are not existing. So if they were taking this thing seriously and they wanted us to have a good constitutional change, they could have listened from all these things, that the process will be smooth, everybody is in agreement, because these leaders are making this country to have so many problems, and they are thinking by creating other problems will resolve the current problems. Me, I say that project of BBS should be done away with, because we cannot say about inclusivity when you have 5 people there up. That is not inclusivity. Inclusivity, already we have inclusivity because we have MCA, we have MP, we have a governor, and we have president. All the way from my village, I have my own representative, who is my MCA. I have my MP, I have my women rep, and then I have my governor. So whatever I need from the government, I have those leaders that can be used so that resources will come to me. Right now, we don't need any formula through constitution that 15% or that 5% will be formulated in that BBI. If today they decide that next year they will give counties that 5%, they will give, because only BBI says 15% is the minimum. So you cannot say tomorrow not give 20%. So the only thing that BBI is bringing to us is expanded executive and the adding of constituencies. We argued so much about the addition of constituencies. I said that is the work of IEBC. some people said that since it is proposed by BBI, then it will go through all through way. But when Chebukati came to be questioned, he said that is not the work of BBI, it's not the work of the steering committee of BBI, it's the work of IBC. So if they brought all these people on board, the IBC was asked, can you advise us here how we should do this thing? The other legal things that are required for constitutional changes, all those lawyers that Ayaga is saying, they could have advised all the process of BBI. So this is, I conclude that this BBI is a political document. It only benefiting political elites, and it will only burden Kenyans. And at this moment, we should give priority to things that are affecting Kenya's character. People are sleeping hungry. People are stealing money that are supposed to caution Kenyans, like KEMSA. You can see how our leaders has ruined. Even like now, if today Ham is told to go for a tender in KEMSA, he will say no, because because the corruption that is there, even if you are innocent, there are those people who are surrounding you that want to steal money. Then even if you are so clean and you wanted to clean business, you are fearing these people because you might be implicated to those scams. And at the end of the day, you lose your money. You will find that working with the government is so hard. So let us tell our leaders that we want them to do honest job, to do things that are making Kenyans feel that they are having the right leaders. Because when it comes to 2022, we shall then bring the same leaders, the same problems will continue. So we must desist from this sycophancy and talk soberly, discuss things soberly without emotions, so that the change that we want, we bring it ourselves. And let us not leaders make decisions for us. Let us ourselves make decisions. Let those leaders come and negotiate with us. Wherever they are wrong, let us tell them that it is wrong. Let us not only run after what they say each and every day. When you disagree with your leader or somebody, it doesn't mean that you are enemies. It doesn't mean that you have to fight. It means that you agree to disagree, disagree to agree, until you come to a common denominator that you all appreciate the results at the end of the day. So what I urge Kenyans, that this change we talk about each and every day, we should also think about those leaders are thinking like us, and not leaders that are thinking about their own stomach and their own interests. Because even right now, a lot of money is stolen. We are saying that bring money from national government to county to MCS. All that money, the money will be released, but it is stolen. Last week, still governors are crying about the money. There's no money. There's no money. The money has not been remitted to their account. There are some workers in those counties have not been paid, and they are still saying that we add another burden of having many leaders, of expanding expanding executive and bringing so many leaders. Where will that money come? We are going to crisis. Right now, the way Corona has ravaged the economy in the world and in the country, we are supposed to think even how to minimize that. When Corona will go, first of all, we will deal with our economy, revive our economy, so that we will have a stable economy. Then we think and talk about those things later. But right now, BBI is not a priority. Let them have a discussion of how they bring those medicines that will fight Corona, those vaccines. Let us think like Ghana. Ghana, I've seen them trying to convince those countries that can help them to come up with their vaccine. Even here in our country, let's have such things that will benefit us. But right now, we are talking about BBI. People are dying, no oxygen. I feel so sad. And what we need is to have good leadership that is giving priorities to things that are affecting us. That even what we say after this, even as we shall be proudly to support them. Lakini saa hii mimi naona vile watu wanahangaika, vile watu wanalia marenti, vile watu wanalala njaa, then somebody is telling me to ati kesho anaketi ku discuss mambo ya 2022 and even we don't know how whether we will be there in 2022. It is very sad. It is good that we have hope that we shall be there during that time, but let us give the priorities to things that matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bana Cyrus. So, Ham, you have like 2 or 3 minutes to maybe answer somebody who you feel mentioned your name. And then after that, we go to Angela, Ayaga, in that order. So you have like 2 or 3 minutes. Now let us keep time. Angela, 2 or 3 minutes, like that. Because in the next 20 minutes, tutakuwa tunamaliza. So, Ham.
I want to respond first to Angela. Angela said this BBI will not help her, and it is not good for her now. I welcome liberal thinking, and I'm a liberal person. But Angela, remember at this position, we are sweeping our country. Our systems have been in a mess for a long time. And when you say it does not help you, remember, you are acting like a post that says left or right or east, okay? So when you talk, remember your friends, your kibanda people who come along your way, they take you the way you talk because they know where you are, you have position. So please, we know Kenyans, they have capacity of ignoring to read by themselves, and that's something I've put in consistency. Kenyans have decided to ignore the position of learning. Unasikia mtu anakuambia nitasomewa na baba. Baba anasoma ile yake, aelewe vile inamsaidia. But you as a Kenyan, Angel, and for the sake of your family, isome. Even if you disagree, we are not forcing you. Isome. Because if today someone comes to you like Ham, akuulize, Angela ulisoma? You will respond, no. Because this document is not hidden. Iko online. Muna download hizi vitu. Iko. Secondly, I want to go to Sam. He left the room. Sam said about the government is having problems. Yes, we understand the government is having problems. But some need to know that when we have problem, we do not go to sleep so that the problem can go by themselves. No, we work toward those problems. And those problems, we are the one working now. When we talk of BBI, everybody and every Kenyan watching should know BBI is not a constitution. BBI, it is a proposed amendment to be done within the current constitution of Kenya. The current constitution of Kenya, it's good, but we have clauses which are more better, but they have never been put into law. One of the clauses is that they are proposing to bring the position of prime minister. The other clause they are proposing, it's the so-called ombudsman. The other proposition they are pre-amending it is also to include the other taxation. And when we talk of the expenses of running an office, there is a room of amendment. Some, wherever you are, I know you are watching me, but let me give you some insight. In Kenya, there is a lot of money, so much money that it is just messed up. We are not utilizing the money as it is required because of the system is not good. That's why we are sweeping now to put the system good to utilize the money. Somewhere you are, Kenya collects almost 1.9 to 2 trillion. Some, wherever you are, Kenya spends into only civil servant 800 billion. And even if you bring those 2, 3, 4 positions you are bringing to the house, they cannot consume even 5 billion. So let's not poison Kenyans telling them this and this and this. What is bringing Kenya down? It is what we call developmental capital. Developmental capital, it is the money taken and put in a development. This is where the burden of Kenya is. But when it comes to money of running the government affair, Kenya has a lot of money. Because if we collect almost 2 billion and we are using into civil servant 800 billion, 2 trillion, we use 800 billion, we have 1 trillion. And this 1 trillion, the reason we cannot see it now, it's because we are being pushed to the wall to pay some bills, which it's loans and other development of SGR. But if we finish and put the house in order, there is a lot of money in Kenya. We don't even need to borrow. By the way, Kibaki ran the economy of Kenya without borrowing cash. Then I want to go to the issue of my fellow gentleman, Sage? Sage said, we do not need the position of so many leaders, and also this BBI does not help him. Sage, wherever you are, I want to say this to you. The amendment being done, they are long overdue. The position of Prime Minister, it's a position which has been brewing since 2000. Sagem, wherever you are, you also need to know that when people are being counted for what they fought for their kids, stand out and say, the majority had their way, but minority, we had our say. And your say here is, take the document, read it, and even if you do not understand, question. I remember when we were doing orange versus banana, those who remember 2003, 2004, 2005, I was in school and I was opposing blindly, just the way people are doing. But somebody somewhere told me, stop opposing what is right for your future. Go take the document, read. I read, but I never make decision. 2010, when they were doing change, the same book I had, I took it and I read it thoroughly. And I realized it will benefit me in devolution, the one we are calling counties. Right now, I struggled at one point to get bursary for somebody before 2010, before 2013. But immediate counties came, the bursary becomes a flow channel. For those who follow current news, today in Mombasa, Mohammed Ali, they were dispatching checks for students to go to school. You imagine if that devolution was not in count of Mombasa. Imagine it was just back in Nyayo House and in central government. So let's not confuse Kenyans. Let's not poison Kenyans. People, if you feel like the position of the current document being proposed to amend does not help you, don't
Excuse me,
confuse
Ham.
Ayana.
Excuse me, Ham. How is Mohammed Ali's CDF distribution related to devolution?
I'm saying because initially You had to go to get checks, your documents signed by chiefs, by senior chiefs, by DO, by DEC, so that it reaches in Nairobi for distribution. But because of the
In 2007,
devolution,
we never had devolution. Was there CDF?
yes, that's what I'm saying. There used to be money for the so-called development kits. It used to be there, which was going to help bursaries. And for you to get those bursaries, you had to follow them from your village all the way to provincial headquarters so that you come to anniversary tower to get your check. But today, courtesy of devolution, you do not need those channels. You only need your member of parliament and your county, and you can get the check. Very easy, very straightforward, very honest. And that's why I said today I saw Muhammad Ali. They were doing it in Mombasa. You imagine if that process was way back. So
I
the
still
devolution
don't connect Muhammad Ali with the county of Mombasa.
today, count of Mombasa was to give bursaries to students who are going to school as from 10th, right? The process of giving it just from within their locality in Mombasa. They never came to Nairobi.
Is
But
Muhammad
if it was,
Ali an employee of Mombasa County?
is an MP representative of Nyali.
Hii pesa yote ni ya CDF. Haijatoka kwa
Pesa ni ya
county government.
CDF. Ni ya
Correct.
CDF.
Correct.
And when
Thank
it
you.
is a CDF, it is part of what is helping the poor person, which is the channel has been quickened. It is more easier to access that channel compared to 2008, 2006, way back. So
Thank you.
I'm saying the
Thank you.
channel,
Thank you.
it's quickened. So let us be positive. Let us educate Kenyans. Even if you have your negative way with the process, look it on the other side. We have two coins, the negative and the positive, the head and tail. Always I tell Kenyans, I'm a Kenyan, I'm feeling the pinch of this COVID. Let us look on the positive side. And
Asante.
those who are saying, let me finish, just one point. Those who are saying we should be talking of how to revive the economy of Kenya, people fail to understand things because they don't want to take interest. Right now in Kenya, even the parliament, there are special committees, and there is committee of reviving economy of Kenya, and they were given money to revive the economy of Kenya. Whoever remembers, when was it 50 billion being lodged? It was given out. That money is in the field working for Kenyans. So let us not confuse Kenyans, telling them government is not working for us. I'm not in Kenya, but I'm following what is happening day out, day in, because I know 50 billion is in the economy of Kenya. That's why the other day we were to get increment of 2 shillings on top of fuel. Today you have never been added those 2 shillings. Why? Because that kit was taken some money and facilitated the increment. The fuel of Kenya today stands at 122, when we should be talking it of 100 and almost 28. So let us not abuse Kenya as government. Let us not abuse our benefit of Kenya. We have COVID fund, which is in the market now. And if you do not have cash, go to your account officer. Tell them you need money for your economy revive. You will get 10,000. Even if it's your MP, you will get, because there is money in the field which is released. The problem with Kenyans, they don't want to understand, they don't want to learn, they don't want to be in the line of current affairs, but they want to point fingers. This one, that one, there, here, but you ignore. Let us be informed. Knowledge is power. Don't point out things which you are not sure. If you go to CDF of Nairobi, you will get money under the COVID revive economy. 50 billion, it is out there released from the special committee sittings in the parliament. Thank you.
Let me ask you, Ham.
Yes.
Ham, is it the responsibility of the sitting government to give money meant for reviving economy to MPs, so that as Kenyans, we have to look for these MPs to give us money in thousands, in what? I think it is the responsibility of the government to formulate policies. They put policies in place whereby when they put their 50 billion in place, it can reach each and every Kenyan. Si lazima
Clinton,
nipewe cash.
let
Elfu
me
kumi
answer you.
sitanunua baiskeli na ishe.
Let me answer you, Clinton. One, most Kenyans, almost 80%, the reason we are failing into some of these grounds because we do not have information. Two, every day in, every day out, our media, they are advertising and even promoting, telling people, come for SMEs, come for this finance to boost your business, come with this one, come with that one. If you look, we have commercial bank, cooperative bank, family bank. These banks are out there and they are even advertising in our medias. Come for SME. What does SME mean? Small, medium enterprise. And they do not need anything. They just need, where are you taking the money? If I give you 5,000, where are you going to put that money? These SMEs, most of them, they don't have interest because the wave is already given to banks. The reviving economy money is that wave, the interest government paying to bank. For you, you take the money, go use it for your income, then you return the capital. That capital, maybe it's 5,000. I will not give you 5,000 when you are going to drink it.
Clinton,
yes.
Excuse me a little bit. Can I answer Mr. Ham a little bit?
For how long? Because somebody should be speaking
30 seconds. 30
Oh,
seconds.
let me answer first. I want to sleep.
Sorry, Angela. Sorry, Madam. Just 30 seconds, if you may. Mr. Ham.
Yes.
There are issues and there are solutions.
Okay.
First
Can
and
we
foremost.
start? Yes.
First and foremost, you cannot say the bank can give you money for SMEs if and when you don't have even an income. That's one thing. You should have an income whereby to assure the banks they can give you something so that you can give them back. That's the first thing. Second thing, let us not try to cheat Kenyans that their money there on the field given to the members of parliament to be given to the citizens. My friend.
I did not say. Let me correct that. I did not say member of parliament. I said.
Can I finish, sir, so that you can talk?
Yes.
So I just want. I just said 30 seconds.
Yes.
If that money is there, will you please try to elaborate to citizens so that they can go there and take that money or have that money? So there are issues sometimes. Let us not talk parables. Let us not just talk out of context in order to talk. No, we have to talk issues and substantial things according to what is going on right now. Thank you.
You see.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Ham. Angela, maybe in 1 minute or 2 minutes.
3 minutes. Now, Ham, I oppose the BBI with a reason. If BBI could have come out with different people, not Raila, not Uhuru, not Musalia, not Mudavadi, I could have agreed. The same government yenye inatunyanyasa bado inataka BBI. Why? The same government with the corruption is the same government with the BBI. So, I remember when I was in primary school some time back, when Kibaki was president, I heard him saying that siasa mzuri, maisha mazuri. Siasa mbaya, maisha mabaya. And now this is the current Kenya we are living with siasa mbaya, maisha mabaya. You have said
That
that
was Moi.
Kenya has a lot of money to circulate. Then if Kenya, we have enough money, our taxes can maintain Kenya. Why do they borrow money?
That is capital development cash, where it is being taken to the projects. It's not taken
Where
to give
are
the
those
money.
projects? You have
Of course,
said
you have seen.
the government
Of course, you have seen.
have said that some money for people who are not being able to get their basic needs because of COVID. Where are that money, Sam? You are not in Kenya, please. Don't hear on the news and say that it is being given. Don't hear the government. Let me tell you how.
Angel,
Kusema
let
ni
me-
rahisi, lakini kutenda ni ngumu. And our
Angel.
Kenya government kwa kusema ni rahisi sana, lakini
Angela.
kutenda ni ngumu. Sam, let me tell you, you have said that kuna watu wanapewa bursary. Let me tell you, Sam, one day, one time, when you come to Nairobi, I'll have you to invite you to Kariobangi light industry. You come and see how people are really suffering with the life. Wacha nikwambie, you are not in Kenya, so you can't know the shoes of Kenyans. That's why you are just saying like that.
Clinton.
Angela, is it responding to Am or you are talking to Sam?
Ham, not Sam, Ham. Ole.
So Angela,
May
I never talk
cut you
about
guys?
Angela, sorry, I never talk about the bursary.
No, I was
those things.
responding to Ham. Sorry, not to Sam. I was
Okay,
responding to Ham.
Okay.
Not
You need
Sam.
to get the. You need to get the
So let
point
me tell you,
clear
Sam.
before you answer.
No, I've got you clear. Cyrus has said that when Uhuru was at Sagana or whatever, they could give out the documents of BBI, which was not documents. They just gave out the resolutions, whatever, some few papers, meaning they don't have the documents. They're just driving Kenyans in darkness. You see?
That was.
And you are not in Kenya, so you
Listen.
don't know what is going on in
Angel,
Kenya. Just
you
stop
are giving
the
a
real
wrong
thing
example.
that
You
is
are giving
happening.
wrong example.
I need you.
No,
You are
I'm not
wrong
giving a wrong
example.
example. I heard from Cyrus saying that.
That
So
one
I
is
think when the
that one is
president
a
is
community.
somewhere, and
Listen.
yes, when the president is
Listen.
somewhere, I think if he's
Listen.
addressing some people somewhere, he could get some copies of those PPI and then give out to people to read it, to understand.
Angela.
There is somebody with
Angela,
Willy
listen.
Excuse me,
He
guys.
don't have a
Excuse me, guys.
smartphone. How will he download the BBI document to read it?
Excuse
Angela,
me, guys.
listen.
Excuse me,
Angela,
guys.
listen. Clinton, please. Just
Excuse
a
me,
minute.
guys. Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, Ham. Thank you, Sam. Benson. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am very late today, but hii siasa ya BBI inanichocha. Nitaanzia hapo kwa BBI. And the naysayers of BBI and supporters of BBI, I think either you are blind or you are folded with something that you cannot see the other side. All these things, it's all about executive. There is nothing to do with Wanjiku. And they have only one thing that they sing now and then, about 35% zitaenda kwa county. Hakuna kitu ingine, mtu atakupiga kona hivi after nalete 35% itakuja kwa county. It's nothing to do with mwananchi wa kawaida. And this thing might not sail through. I'm telling you this. Haitaenda through. And right now it's as if it's dead. About SME, someone amesema huwezi pewa loan na bank if you don't have an asset. Nowadays, Kenyan bank, they buy idea. You can have an 2 acre of land, but you want to build a flat, and the bank will build it for you, then you will have to pay. They do buy an idea. Don't be bought with this one that you cannot be given
a loan without an asset. Second thing about Kenyan's politics in kwa ujumla, nilisema hapa last time, we will shape Kenyan politics the moment we will never be cowed. Ile tu siku sisi wenyewe tutaona we will make our own decision without being told by others. Right now, kuna Wakikuyu wenzangu ama let me say central people, they are waiting Uhuru to appoint a leader for them. Luo people, maybe they are waiting Laila to appoint someone for them, but we cannot make our own decision and say that we will support this person because he has a good idea, he has a good heart for Kenyans. Right now, the executive are the people who have been in government for more than 30 years. Laila amekuwa MP Lang'ata's how many years? Is there any tangible thing? Who was in Gatondo? Saidio barabara zinawekwa lami all that time. Where was he? So let's 2022, even though we are late, maybe 2027 we will shape this Kenyan politics, because as we speak right now, 2022 is so about same man, same people, either or Luto or deep state, because there will be only 3 coalitions. So let's educate Kenyans, or those people that are like, okay, you know, me, I can make my own decision, but kuna mtu mwenye hawezi make that decision. Let's try to educate people, and we talk on our without tribalism. Tutoe kwa roho yetu makasiri kwenye tuko nayo. Right now, we can see what Uhuru has done. He is implementing what Kibaki left. Nairobi Express. It was Kibaki's idea. Blue economy, lapset economy, it was Kibaki ideas. About Decaload, Kibaki idea. Malwa, Mau Road, it's all about Kibaki idea. All the Vision 2030 was Kibaki ideas. Now I'm asking myself, will Uhuru or will Uluto, will they leave a blueprint for the next president? Right now we would say I'm a tender, but it's our alcoholic president, the former president Kibaki, left all those projects. Sahi, and I'm sorry to say this, mimi ni wale walikuwa wembe ni ule tano tena.
Excuse me, Ben.
And I regret doing that thing. Chairman, I'm concluding.
Excuse me, Ben.
Yes.
Excuse me, Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, nimesikia ukisema alcoholic ama workaholic.
Workaholic, not alcoholic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, Kibaki was working, as in, he was a hard-working president. Yeah. Thank you for collecting. So I want to mean this. Until we find another Kibaki, whichever the tribe. For me, those people that if you have a good idea, I will support you. But until we will have another Kibaki, we will make it. Right now, BBI is trying to, let me finish. The impact or the reason for BBI to be formed was to tame one person, Luto. Wakakuja na kubadilisha pesa, wakatoka kwa kubadilisha pesa, wakakuja kwa you identify where you acquired your wealth. Haikuenda venye walikuwa nataka. All this, they were trying to accommodate themselves. Right now, the deep state, whichever it is, they are scrabbling because what they thought it will work, AKO, OKA, it didn't work. So any person supporting this BBI is really taking us back, because hata hii 35 tunaambiwa it can be implemented even now. He can call up parliamentary na hiyo na bunge ipitishe tupewe 35%. So I'm off to the debate, and
thank you.
let me listen to my colleagues.
Thank you, Ben. I'm a Benson.
Yeah.
Okay, Evo, keep time, 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you, Clinton. But like I said before, at first, BBI is not what the ordinary wananchi wanataka at this time. In this time, katika this current situation, watu wana njaa. Government should address issues, the primary and urgent issues that the Kenyan population are facing currently. You cannot go to one crisis. If you got different crises tabled in front of you, you unazi triage. You look at what's needed now and what can you do in this moment in time kusaidia Wakenya at the moment. So my point ni, yes, BBI is there in a discussio, but at the moment people just don't need it. People need food or chakula kwa table, or they need to talk about lockdown. All these ideas, government officials kurudi kwa parliament could discuss BBI. The vast majority are not interested in it because wanarudi pale for the sitting allowance. We know that for sure. Hama ameongea kuhusu pesa, the certain amount of money that is circulating in Kenya or Nairobi for the citizens. Believe it or not, I don't think any citizen in Kenya wanna feel that there is actually something in the government, in a government imewapatia pale iwasaidie. You know, that is plain simple fact. They can't feel it, and for simple basic reason, wanaiba hizo pesa. That is where the 4 billion inaenda ya China mandazi. Unaona, we have a sitting president who admitted that Kenya ina lose 5 billion Kenya shillings every day. I mean,
2 billion.
2 billion every day. Surely, if you're the sitting president, I'm the head, nina chair everything, I've got the powers to do everything. You cannot come up, even if you knew that, you don't come up and say nationally Kenya na lose 2 billion shillings. I mean, surely you crack the whip, or you appoint your people wafanye whatever, kama ni, you find out where the money is going. But for President kukuja aseme Kenya not lose 2 billion shillings and then nothing else is happening, surely you may lose to direction. Now people don't have confidence in you. Na mimi hapo niliona tu Uhuru alitupambao. Next thing, Kenya, we know the history of Kenya. Pesa zinaibiwa every year from back in 95, if you guys know the issue, your golden bag. But these people have never been held accountable. They form in public inquiries to find out where the money went. No one has been held accountable. Akaenda behind bars. And do you know why? Because everything is rotten from the top. So what does that send? What message does that send to every other Kenyan ambao anaweza kuwa katika uwezo wa kuiba pesa? They'll say, well, at the end of the day, I'll get the money and nothing is going to happen. What I open inquiries, and eventually that inquiry, the same money ambao wameiba itaenda within certain circles and nothing will happen and no one is going to go behind bars. There is history. Kama tu pesa za Golden Bag, KEMSA and all this, and nothing is happening, and that trend is just it keeps going on and going on and going on. And every single time, remember, sahi agenda ya Ruto, the last 5 years ya term yao ya agenda, they've pretty much not done anything apart from kujibizana and fighting each other, you know, kubishana nini na nini. It's all about fighting for who's going to be the next president nini na nini. And we know for sure wangeshikana pamoja wakafanya kazi pamoja, Kenya ingekuwa kwa move forward mbele. Now as the head of the country and the VP wake, they just hawezi kukuja in time hata wakasit on the same table wakadiscuss anything, because there is that rift between them, bad blood. And guess what, fahali wawili wakizozana, it's only nyasi that's wanaumia, the ordinary mwananchi, unaona. And that is what I say kila siku kwa hii forum. Watu ambao wako pale juu they are not in touch with watu wa kawaida. They are not in touch at all. They don't even know, unaona. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you,
Clinton.
Evo. Yes, Senator.
Can I kindly ask to there is Ham really annoys me, because when he talked when he talks to us like most of us don't know what we're talking about sometimes. And that kind of irritates me, especially when he tells us to read. It's patronizing because most of us have read some of these documents that you're talking about. And I don't think Kenya's problem is CDF. In fact, CDF and this money given to MCAs and MP is a problem, is what creates theft. We created a 2010 constitution, which should have meant we change the structure of the way we finance our own county matters. And for me, I honestly object to the way Kenyans are kind of going, like they're begging to their MPs, kama ujui mtu, you never get bursary. There should be a fair system. And because there is county government, those county governments should be responsible for local services, from education to hospitals, and you know that is how most first worlds are kind of set up. We don't give, individual MPs don't get any funding to try and trickle it down to poor people. If proper services were provided at county level, if schools were properly funded, hospitals were properly funded, I do not see why we need to give an individual 100 million to go and people worship him like he's a god. That is so behind. We have a very progressive constitution, but we are not moving with that constitution. For me, I would advocate for county government to be funded, accountability and systems to be put in place. Education should be fully funded from primary to high school. This is why you find that there is a lot of loopholes for everybody to steal our money. So if we're going to devolve more money to the county government, we need to see what services are being devolved. And when you say that the banks will lend money to SMEs, we know that is not entirely true, because I know that a lot of small businesses in Kenya, some of them, if you do not have good credit, if you do not have a guarantor, you don't get money. So most of the women and small businesses do table banking. It's even better to promote table banking because they sign money for one another. But the proper mainstream banks, when you're a small business, it's not always easy to get money because you have their criteria, and also their interest rates are very high and extortionate. So the things you're talking about, for me, it sounds like it's somewhere in utopia, and it's not Kenya that I know, because I have family who tell me what they're going through on a daily basis. And when you tell people that BBI is a good thing, na mtu amelala njaa, I don't think they understand what you're saying. As I said, the timing is wrong. BBI, to me, you're entitled to your opinion about BBI. I give you that. And also, I wanted to congratulate the fact that a lady was elected as CJ of Kenya today. I was looking at Twitter, and instead of majority of us supporting such a woman who is a progressive liberal, we have seen her jurisprudence. People are just looking at it because she's a woman. And I'm sure probably she'll perform very well, but we don't give people credit where it's due. I'm glad that our country now, the judiciary is able to meet the gender parity, that there will be enough women, they will meet the quotas the constitution requires the JSC to meet, because now we have an additional woman at the Supreme Court. I'm very happy, and I think today is a day that the women of Kenya should continue fighting and keep moving forward, and believe that if you're good at what you do, merit will be applied and you'll get a job that you want deserve. Although saying that, I thought, for me, Friend Gatia came out, and also Ouko. To me, they came, listening to the interviews, they came out the best for me, but I don't want to take away what the JSC thought. I want to give them their due respect and believe that they went for the best candidate. But yeah, I'm a happy woman today having a woman CJ in Kenya. And those who say that Kenya is not ready for women leadership, I think we're getting there.
You did not get seen on it.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
It was a good discussion. Whoa.
Thank you, Senator. Ayaga in 2 minutes and then Rupia.
Thank you very, thank you very much. 2 minutes. I will only have to say a few things. Number one, for the
Unaona
first time,
nimekufinyilia sana. Ulikuwa unataka
no,
ngapi?
no. I'm okay with that. I will balance. If I go
Sema
more than
tu, sema tu
2
ulikuwa
and a
unataka
half
ngapi?
minutes, no problem.
Okay, then 2 minutes.
Number one, apart from Nancy, today I also met somebody who is opposing BBI with a reason. Cyrus. The problem he left early. He gave us some narratives that actually even me myself have been complaining and I have issues with in that document. The problem I have with Cyrus is one. Cyrus has the information, but they just by Jove choose to do the propaganda about the document. Because he cannot say he was in Serena and he was served with 2 booklets, one with the 13. In BBI is even online. Somebody who is more enlightened like Cyrus can go online, download everything. Whatever you will be given is a summary. Even after Parliament, they will print a booklet with only summaries and place it in dailies. Yeah, you will not be given everything. You know, the problem of Kenya is one. Everybody want to become a lawyer. Everybody want to become a lawyer in Kenya. They will tell you, no, law is very clear. Law is very clear. My friend Rupia will tell you, law is very clear on this and this and that. He's not even a lawyer. My friend, law is complicated. Mahatma Gandhi said that a gentleman cannot convince another gentleman using the word the word in the book of law and the word in the holy book, because by Biblia, constitution is like Biblia. If you quote this, I will quote this part, I will quote this part, the other person will quote this part. We will get confused in the midway. So constitution is complex. Let us accept. Number 2, referendum is a political process. The way Rupia puts it is political worldwide, everywhere in the world. There will no man who will say, now this is for business people. It is political. Anything political must be aligned by political figures. So the people who are saying that BBI is about 2 people, you guys are very correct. You guys are very correct, because when people are fighting in Kenya and Raila and Uhuru had that handshake and everything went calm, it was not about them. Why? Why are you now saying that referendum, if it is about them, we don't have a problem. Let the process come to be and let us have a vote. People will vote. We are Kenyans. I only have a problem with the people who have not read, have not seen. And this propaganda that was started by good friend, good senator from Muranga, Kangata, who sits in the jail, that there is a fake BBI document that was debated in some assemblies. My friend, I want to challenge the opposers of BBI. By Friday or Saturday, please, Clinton, ensure that they come with that fake document. They present to us that this one is the fake. It was debated in Nyeri County, and this one is correct one that was debated in Muranga. Or this one is fake that was discussed in Mandera and voted for, and this one is fake that was debated in Mombasa or anywhere. There is nothing like that. The Tanga team has created a lot of propaganda since the BBI started. I started by saying the world is in a kind of a recess. The world is in a kind of a recess. Yeah. A handshake in Kenya was just a beginning. Look at what is happening in the Arab world. Even the Egypt is mending fences with Israel, Qatar and UAE. People are mending fences. We cannot hold grudges until we die because of our political differences. Never. Let us reason. BBI included everybody. I think if there were people to complain, and I repeat, the people who should complain were the NASA side, which is Kalonzo Musyoka, which is Musalia Mudavadi, which is Moses Wetangula. I think they were never.
Your 7 minutes are over.
I need to speak. I need to answer.
Benson,
I need to
relax.
answer Ayaga.
Benson, relax. Mute
Yeah.
your microphone. Ayaga, your 6 minutes are over. How many minutes do you want so that you can complete your point?
Now two only.
But I asked you when you to start speaking and you refused. You wanted to. So thank you, Ayaga. And
can I answer Ayaga?
You can use your 1 remaining minute to say something, Ayaga.
Yeah. So even deputy president was included at the beginning. And even there is an interview with Citizen TV, Joe Ageyu, where deputy president told us Raila approached him first and he directed Raila to Uhuru, the boss. It is there on record. I can download it tomorrow and play it in WhatsApp group. For the God's sake, I made my word. I'm done.
And on the same note, Benson, can you relax, or we relax you? If you can't relax, we relax you. So, Ayaga, on the same note, download that place where Raila is saying, when Hussein asked him, was the deputy president involved in this process? Then he said, not at all. So we are waiting for 2 clips. Hapo kwa WhatsApp group kesho asubuhi. Who is next in line? Rupia, tafadhali, dakika 2.
Thank you very much, Clinton. And I think I will react to some of the things that I've heard here. And I want to say that BBI was, we needed a dialogue, because the way that the direction that our country was headed was a wrong direction. And we require a dialogue. So that is what is called a bridge. And some of us were on their way to Canaan, and we reached River Jordan. So in the River Jordan, this is where we required the bridge. And we came up, and BBI was born. That is the Building Bridges Initiative. I would just like to comment about Evo, what Evo said. Evo and Nancy, we are discussing at different levels, because I'm just seeing you are too ball shy in everything you are saying, because we are in this difficult situation, all of us. But again, we have to vote in 2022. You are not giving us any solution to our problems. You are just saying this one cannot work and this one should not be allowed. Then you are not giving us any alternative. So what I'm saying is, BBI, it is time for BBI, and it's appropriate. It's time for BBI. It's time for dialogue. And we are still dialoguing to get to Canaan. We want to get to Canaan, all of us. We don't want to leave anybody behind. So please join the bandwagon, and the driver is now very much okay, and you can join. Tutafika Kanan pamoja. And
Clinton, can I say
another
something?
thing,
Rupia, 1 second.
let me finish.
1 second.
Let
1
me
second.
finish.
No, 1 second. Wewe, I don't think unatusikilizanga. You've said we don't give you solution. If you listen to me, I am more solution based rather than the politics that people tend to play. So I don't think your point is clear, but continue and I'll answer and I'll provide solutions at the end when you're done.
Is okay. And then I would like to get to Benson. Benson, let me inform you, because you lack information. And I will not even hesitate to point fingers on you, because you are the people who said women, and you have confirmed it here, that you said women. Right now, I know you are saying that the deputy president is the right person. And I'm telling you, as a fact, Kibaki, between 2002 and 2005, what did Kibaki do? Nothing. He only had ideas when they were in a coalition government, and he worked during the coalition government. So don't keep on telling us here that what, because we know these things and we see them every day. Kibaki did not do anything between 2002 and 2005. He waited for the coalition government so that he could do Thika Superhighway and the rest. And it is the coalition government that stabilized this country. Otherwise, the cabal in Kibaki's government were driving the same direction the Jubilee government is going. And we know that. And me, can also not hesitate to say my presidential candidate in 2022 is Raila Odinga. Don't blame Raila Odinga for anything here, because he has never been president in this country. And when you made the wrong choice in 2013, you are living with it. You cannot accept that you made a wrong choice in 2013. And we have been telling you these things, that 2013 was wrong. Can you add me 1 minute?
I can even add you
I just
too,
wanted to say that.
so long as you stop discussing individuals.
Thank you.
This topic is not
I
about
want to
who
say
is the
that,
best presidential candidate. So you have 1 minute.
But thank you. What I would like to say is that BBI has very many advantages inside it that I don't need to mention here. You can read them. Me, I have not read that thing, and I'm getting it from discussions and from everywhere. There are a lot of platforms you can even get information about BBI, and I'm getting it. So I'm following it, and I know from the things that have been said, 35% is very good for us. That one is there. The inclusivity, expanded executive is very good for us, because we know the problems we have in this country after every election. Then my last point is, whether BBI or not BBI, you still have to make the wrong choice, the right choices. You see, the current government, we have some court whatever verdict that there were some illegalities, that the cabinet secretaries were not vetted, and we also have the cars, which is unconstitutional, and we knew these things. So we have to make the right choices, whether BBI or not. Thank you.
Okay. Lupia.
Man. What's your problem? Charles Rupia, are you done?
I'm done, sir.
Okay. So, kwa sababu kila mtu ameongea, ningependa kusema asanteni sana kwa kuwatch ama kuparticipate kwa hii show. Ama kuna mtu anafungiwa na ako na issue? Okay, Benson, in 1 minute.
Yeah, my brother Ayaga na Lupia, habari zenu kwanza. Okay, I want to answer first Lupia. My presidential candidate, I haven't mentioned is Luto, because there is that mindset that whoever is against BBI is supporting Ruto. I have the reason to say it. You have talked about inclusivity. There's nothing inclusivity. It's only the 5 tribes, the most 5 tribes that will be represented: Kikuyu, Kalenjin, Luo, and Kamba. It will be just reshuffled. There's nothing like inclusivity. Then it will be a double-decker parliament. Another thing is, Ayaga said that Egypt is meddling or it's trying to negotiate with Israel. You know, that is international politics. Now, I normally understand myself. You know, the President Uhuru said, if I didn't extend the heart to Honorable Raila Odinga, hii nchi haingekuwa hapa. So, what he meant is, the problem that we have been having in Kenya is this man, Raila. Now, the question that I will normally ask people, to protect a person who will never demand for a handshake so the country can move on. Miani, the handshake, the BBI.
Clinton.
The BBI.
This is just
okay.
So you have 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, the initial proposal for BBI was to curb election violence. So what I want to mean is, now BBI haijatusaidia kujua nikikataa nikienda kujiapisha huko Kasarani ama Uhuru Park, how will it be? How will those people be dealt with? Higher. Now, when another madman...
Elections were even stolen.
Okay.
Elections were stolen.
Okay. Even if it was stolen, BBI could have also said or also how will it be stolen? Because if it will be like that way, hata naona 2022 ataligiwa kwa nje, sioni yeye akiingia. Anyway, what I want to mean is the BBI was to curb any person who will try to kujiapisha. And another thing is, if every now tutakuwa tukikuwa na handshake so that a country can move on, why should we have such a people? We need something that we can deal with the problem permanently, sio kupakapaka mkate nusu. Again, Kibaki, you have said that Kibaki was able to build Thika superhighway. In fact, when Kibaki got a budget for Thika superhighway, the first person to demonstrate was Raila, when he said hiyo pesa igeenda kutengeneza dam. Actually, he was against Thika superhighway. The same Raila. But right now, we are enjoying the fruits because Kibaki was somehow hardcore. We could not listen to him. And my last submission, Kenyan politics will be better when there will be an Kenyatta exit. Also, I mean, Kenyan politics will be better when these families will exit Kenyan politics. When Kenyatta family exit politics, when Raila Odinga family exit Kenyan politics, when Moi exit Kenyan politics. When we will have new faces, Kenyan will change. But otherwise, when we have these 4 dominant, Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Raila, dominating Kenyan politics, tutakuwa tu tukisema wembe ni ule tu.
Excuse me, Ben.
Yeah.
Now, Raila, Uhuru, and maybe Moi family exiting Kenyan politics. Connect that statement to BBI being debated tomorrow, and again connect it to the woman that has been nominated as the CJ in 1 minute.
Okay. I am very, very, very much okay today with the nomination of a woman as a CJ. Actually, I was to Auko. Okay. Meaning on my own side, I wanted that man to be there because he was a very, very, very good person. But actually, I cannot say or say the process was bad. But having a woman as a CJ is another step. By the way, it shows the country is trying to have or to grow the democracy. About the second question was about Kibaki, Kenyatta family. I meant this way. When these 5 families, big 5, when they exit Kenyan politics, right now we don't know who will inherit Laila's political side. He is now retiring. He is old. Right now Central tumegawanyika, bado hatujajua ni nani. Yeah, because we are still there. But at least Central tumewake up. At least tuko na kieleweke na Tangatanga. That shows we don't follow people like cows. Now, when we'll have all these 5 families, when they will exit Kenya, tukue kama mtu sasa Matiangi, tutoke tuende chukue Mutua, tuende huko Mombasa, tusichukue Joho, any person. But at least the exit political of these big families will help a lot. A person like you can be any person in Kenya, but once,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. And my last submission to you. Unatuambia tuende Mombasa tuchukue Joho, sijui tuende wapi tuchukue nani. Unajuanga kweli eti term limit ya governor ni 2 terms. Mbona akimaliza akuwe promoted apewe post ingine? Hakuna wengine?
Okay,
Si, una argue kama youth eti we want change, lakini unatuambia mtu ashamaliza terms zake 2 kama rais, tutafute place tumweke. Ako na nini kipya atatupea?
Okay, we have this problem that we normally, even if I would discuss like a youth, I will never be a youth permanent. I will never remain youthful the whole life. So these people, I'm not fan of Joho. I just give I gave an example. These people, they have that experience. So when Joho exits his seat after 2 terms, it's us youth to make sure the next governor will be a youthful. And he can serve as a CS or someone else. But we cannot rule out, because I'm a youth, we can dominate every day. I will never remain youthful the whole of my life.
Thank
I
you,
think
Ben.
we need to have places for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Ben. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Kizito, 2-3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will just have to use only 2 minutes just to summarize my things. I think next time when you have a panel like this, everybody who is going to discuss, let us sit first, do research. Then when we come to the panel, you will talk facts, the way Saje used to say. Benson, thank you very much for contributing. But what I've come to realize, you are just in a right way. But whatever you are trying to convince people, it will never happen in the whole world. First, you have to understand what politics is. Secondly, you have to appreciate any simple thing you've got from somebody. All this group, if I just talk about your last point, all this group of people you are telling us to leave, if they leave, for example, there are so many things they have done and they are the people who knows what is going on in Kenya. These youthful people, we elected them, we put them in parliament. Have you ever noticed what is happening in the parliament? Only to argue and to fight in the parliament because they are still thinking as youths. You are you are still a youth. When you are a youth, you have got a mentality, you have got so many strengths that you can work. But the problem, we youths, that we always say we want youth, we are the people messing everything. And these older people, they think they are now mature more than us. Thank you. Secondly, I want to add, my sister Nancy, you are tip-top. Everything you said were good. But what I would like to say, the same thing Ham said before. You people, go to the website, download. Let us not argue about BBI is bad, BBI is good, before we read all this. You see, like somebody was here called Cyrus, is saying that he went to Sagana and they were given booklet. Do you know why he was given booklet? Because he was just carried. Come, we go. It was not part and parcel. Mr. Evo, please, every country, even where we are staying, people used to complain, what, even here where we are staying, there's lockdown from saa tatu hadi 4. Nobody's walking. You will never even see anybody. Even you are driving, anybody who is driving. You come from work, you have your work permit, you have your letter by on your side, you show it, you pass. No traffic jam, nobody blocking the ambulance. We have to accept that good governance is what people respect. Me, on my point of this issue of you people saying, let us stop BBI, and we talk, we stop BBI, we talk about 2022 politics. Ayaga told us very clearly that, you know what, this BBI, it was not a constitution, it was a building bridges. The two people, these two gentlemen you are talking about, they sat and they asked themselves, where did the rain start beating us from? They never said that we are going to change the constitution. They never said that we are going to have this parliament is the parliament, their work is to bring the constitution. But with them, they bring these 9 things to change what has been happening, why people have been fighting, why we have been. Those are the things that were the building bridges initiative. It was not constitution, it was not anything. So when right now people are crying, there's hunger, there's everything. You cannot stop the government also from working. They will work despite the fact there's corona, but the work has to continue. They cannot stop the government that now we stop, let us not use this money. Even if they stop it sometimes back. What happened? Did we not only see people stealing? Why do people steal money in Kenya? That money is there. You pay your tax. I pay my tax. Everybody is being taxed. But because of one person sitting on this place is the CEO, is the one deciding, like Moi. Everybody here, I think were all born during Moi. During Moi, this CDF, this everything you are seeing was there. But there was no devolution. Moi was coming to your area because you are somebody next to him. He's saying, okay, nyinyi nimewapatia 2 million. It was under him. He was the one deciding whom to give. So please, when I want to stop, I just asked for 3 minutes, I'm going. But what I wanted to say, when we come, please let us first, we read whatever we are going to discuss. We know the topics. When we come, let us talk with facts. Let us not just say people are suffering. Everybody is suffering. If Kenya can suffer now and they stop their work, can we close India? Thank you, Clinton. Anybody with a question can ask me.
Nijibu Kizito haraka.
Yeah.
Kulingana na vile nini.
Kizito, you've said we can disband India and everybody goes
Yeah,
home.
because corona is too much.
Wacha nijibu Kizito kulingana na vile alipoint out ninio kunikosoa.
Yeah.
So Evo, maybe in 1 minute because we have to summarize.
Na itakuwa haraka. Alikuwa anajaribu kunikosoa kwa sababu nilikuwa nimeteta kulingana kuhusu lockdown, but siko against hiyo lockdown. Mimi nilikuwa nasema weka lockdown but kuwa na contingency plan. That is what is, hiyo ndio Kenya la. Yeye mali anasema yuko
yeah,
lockdown iko na kila kitu, but believe it or not kuna contingency plan. Na hiyo ndio Kenya tunala kule kwetu.
But also Kizito, but also Kizito, you said that we cannot stop the government from doing its job. You remember in the United Kingdom, we were going through Brexit, right?
Yeah.
And Brexit it's very important because of trade. But do you know, since COVID-19 hit, you cannot hear even the Prime Minister or the politician or the MP talking about Brexit and trade deals because it's about saving lives. Now, it's only the time they've started talking about Brexit. Now that they've vaccinated 30 million people, they have a strategy of giving people some little money. So you cannot tell us the government of Kenya has more important business than the saving life of once everybody is dead, who are they going to rule? That's my question to you.
Okay, thank you.
I can answer them in 1 minute to answer both questions.
Okay, in 1 minute, Kizito.
Yeah, in 1 minute, government of Kenya is helping more than enough. Ham told you people, Ham said it here in this platform. Government in Kenya is having, but we have one thing. I'm 100% sure, me as a Kenyan born, who was born in Kenya, is only one person in this world that I've ever heard who have come out clearly and said he got money, who is Clinton. Everybody in Kenya, they get money, they put in their pocket, they say we never got anything. They go to CDF, they get money, put here, they say you gave me 10,000, but I wanted 50,000. Kenyans will never be satisfied. Even if you give them, government doesn't have money. They give them only 5,000 they have, but they want 50,000. Where will they get that 50,000? That is the only problem with Kenyans.
Thank you, Kizito.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kizito. So, Collins, it's your time.
Please, thank you so much. I didn't want to talk today, and I was still on the background until some people came up with ideologies that I don't know where they're coming from. I think we are far much better than what we are doing currently. We are degenerating this platform into some tribal thinking, which is not the right thing. Akizito, I think and I believe you are not speaking on behalf of any government, because the way you speak is like you're speaking on behalf of the Kenyan government that has failed. And everybody knows that the Kenyan government has failed, both the opposition and the government. And somebody is talking about ruling. In this current society, we are not supposed to talk about leaders ruling a country. It should be the leaders leading the country. We mess it big time when we elect who to rule us. And that's why you'll find somebody saying that Uhuru will rule, whether you like it or not, is the president. Oh, Ruto will rule in 2022. So it's like, and then Raila will rule in 2022, because we are the people planting the rulers to rule us, then we complain. How stupid can we be? And in fact, it is said, I think it's the Bible also says it. When the oppressors accept the oppression, when the oppressed accept the oppression from the oppressors that they put on power, then it means both will be penalized, and both the teams will have to be judged by the same measures. It's so painful if you can hear a person in Kenya below the age of 35 in the name of Benson, who can access the internet, switch to his YouTube and understand how YouTube operates until he joins the stream, talking what he has talked in the last 5 minutes. It sickens me. Benson, whether you have a presidential candidate, whether you have a presidential, we don't care who your presidential candidate is. Some of us are in countries where we don't even care who the president is, as long as we know what we are doing.
I didn't say I have a presidential candidate. Let
me finish, because I know when you start cutting into me is when you fail to reason, and then you start calling people names. So you better listen to me, then you understand what I say, then you reason with it. It's easier. Because I think in school we were taught you have to read the passage, the whole of it, understand, then you answer the questions. So when you want to start answering the questions and you have not understood the passage, then that's when you will choose the answer we were not told the passage. You understand? You talk of a type of leadership that I don't understand where it's coming from. The problem of Kenya is not about mtu kujiapisha. That is not the problem, because it was not there in 2007. The problem where Matiba was beaten, these people beat Matiba until Matiba died with a problem that he was not supposed to die of in 1992. It was not a problem of Kujiapisha. The problem that happened in 2017 in Kenya is not the problem of Kujiapisha. Okay? Our elections are being run by an electoral commission that is not independent. An electoral commission that has no mandate of saying we are missing commissioners. And that's why Uhuru Wait Akombe resigned immediately after 2017 election. The position of Akombe is being declared in 2021. Don't we see the problem? Up to date, a commission that should be having only 9 commissioners is missing 3 commissioners. And then you talk of Kujiapisha, then that means you are seeing Raila Odinga as the only problem. You are seeing William Ruto as the only problem. You are seeing Uhuru Kenyatta as the only problem. You are forgetting that there is a systematic problem that has been going on. That's why Kibicho can wake up today and tell you you're not going to be president, and then he ensures that you're not president. That is why in 2007, Kenyans were treated to a pre-recorded swearing in of Kibaki that was done 24 hours before the election was announced. Please, this platform is not for that. Please, this platform, if you want to do other type of politics, please, you can join other platforms, or you can go here. I had Nancy talks, and if you took lessons from Nancy, then you should be just rejoicing where you are, because she talked facts.
Yeah, genau.
If you took what Kizito was saying, partly he was talking facts, but he's talking on behalf of the government, which you don't know who is paying him. The government of Kenya has failed, and you can't tell us that the government is doing a lot. What is it doing? They received the money. Artists are not earning anywhere. Now, ukiangalia kwa wenye wanajua au artists, I know them. I know almost half of the producers. They are ever in your inboxes. Please tuma kakitu. The kakitu is being sent because nothing is going on. Our artists were supposed to be cushioned. And then Uhuru and his government did not choose who to be given the money. The MCSK itself has failed the artists. That's why the artist Umosh was running into depression. I don't know his name. And also the other guy, Mr. Mwepusi, huyo is also another one. Mwepusi is another one running into depression. There are all the Churchill live comedians, almost half of them are suffering because the MCSK and the Film Production and the Classification Board has failed them. It's not giving them anything, but they're paying for loyalties. So please, let us look on the systematic approach. It's not about discussing people. Your father can be a president, but if the system is bad, you will never get anything unless you are corrupt. So don't come to this platform and tell us what you want us to hear, or you tell us shida ya BBI ni kujiapisha. The Kenyan government did not have a good election in 2017, and the election up to date, the servers are still in France and people are still sleeping. That is what we still know. So we will ask our Kenyans who are in Paris, they will tell us, are they still sleeping up to date? People are still sleeping in France. We don't know who won the election. In 2007, we didn't know who won the election. So please let us use this platform to build ourselves. If we must discuss the politics of 2022, then please, let's know that it's to politics of 2022. But if it's about a politics that is going to build both of us, and both of us in diaspora and the people who are in the country, please let us use this platform for the good of our people. This platform is not only for, in fact, I don't think we should be discussing BBI now. We should now be discussing something called vaccination, immunizations, and prevention of death, and mitigation processes for our economy to pick up before we discuss any nonsense called BBI. And if our people are here discussing BBI, and sometimes you're discussing BBI na umeshindwa kulipa rent ya 7,000. What's wrong with us?
Tell my brother Ayaga.
I got my vaccination today. Just today, hata sijatoa, because I'm trying also to put it on my account so that other people can see, because somebody told me that I want to have babies in future, so I don't want to go for this vaccine. And I asked her, what's the connection between your babies and this vaccine? This is an antibody. And anything that interferes with the babies must contain a hormone. What's wrong with you? And then, you know, Collins, nyinyi mnajua huko America mnapewa original, sisi tunapewa photocopy. I don't know where the photocopy of the vaccine comes from in Kenya. These are the things that we should be discussing. Thank you so much. And today was not my day to attend. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Collins. Thank you, Collins. Asante, nimeona umechukua vaccination. And it's true, it's not connected in any way to giving birth. Ukiuliza Baba Clinton Ayaga atakuambia kwamba alivaccinatiwa na Sputnik na saizi Clinton ako 2 weeks old. So, you know.
Clinton, can I answer Collins? Because Collins asked.
Kizito, Collins amekuuliza swali gani? Unataka kumwansa?
Sio kumwansa. He asked me which government I'm talking, whether there's a government paying me. Me, okay. I'm talking in general. I don't talk about any government. I don't right now, I don't support anybody or support government. What I understand, I was saying that despite the fact that our government has failed and everybody has failed, I was just annoyed because the way Benson was talking, he was talking as if the youth are the people to, but that is the mentality we used
No,
before.
Benson, you should not even talk about him, because I think it's his first time in this platform, and we will have to discipline some errant members. We had passed that place in 2013. We are not there again.
And another thing, this is of us saying that, okay, we understand everybody is undergoing this pandemic, corona. But even in the US, even in Germany, in the UK, the government has to move its government duties and the corona. That's the same way you said. Let us discuss more in vaccination to convince people, because you find some people, last time we were discussing here, somebody is coming and say that, me, even if you hear from news, me, I don't want to be vaccinated. I don't want this, because you don't want it, but you yourself, you don't want even to barakoa. Thank you.
No, Nane Kizito, there are some things that we have to set straight.
Yeah.
The government processes has to continue, but there are always some things that are called miscellaneous projects.
Yeah.
There is something called contingency plans.
Yeah.
And there is also something called emergency mitigations. Huh? We have a ministry in charge of the emergency things. I don't know, it's called the special programs, ministry.
Yeah.
So as long as other sectors of the government are continuing, there is a ministry that should come out and tell the people, hii kuhamasisha watu kuhusu chanjo, kuhamasisha watu kuhusu ugonjwa wa corona, na pia kuhamasisha watu kuhusu magonjwa mengine yanayohusika na corona pia, ambayo kama ni, tuko na magonjwa kama TB, tuko na magonjwa kama ukimwi. So we should be, and the pediatrics department of Kenya, the nursing pediatrics department of Kenya should be telling these mothers how to do immunization for the mothers. Because if you tell me today that the government has a program of doing its own things, where is the special program? How does the special program of this COVID? Because this COVID was not in the budget. But because it has taken another financial year, we should see its budget being allocated. Why do they appropriate this called always midterm budget? Where do we get the midterm budget for this BBI thing? Where do we get the midterm budget for some things that are always not in the wakati the nini wameingia Kenya? When we have terrorism in Kenya, where do we always have money coming from? All the money that are for other projects that are not emergency. We have long-term processes and we have short-term. We can do the short-term process, the long-term projects. We take the money, take it to the short-term process, which is a mitigation process with the special government. Government of Kenya haijasaidia watu wetu. Mimi hapa nimepata pesa ya Trump, nilipata 600. Nilipata pesa ya Biden 1,200, nikapata tena pesa ya Biden 1,400. What did my mother get in Kenya? What did your mother get in Kenya?
Nothing. That is
And you are
exactly
telling us the government has
no,
tried. Which government is trying?
Collins, no, Collins,
Yeah.
Collins, you have to get me very clearly.
Order, guys, order. So Kizito, Collins amekuwa akiongea, anazunguka hivi na hiyo point yake, kumbe anakuleta wewe, ndio umekuwa ukirespond. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm
Alafu dakika ya
listening to
mwisho,
him.
dakika ya
I'm
mwisho
listening.
amekunasa.
Yeah, I'm
Dakika ya
listening to
mwisho.
him. I'm listening to him, but the only problem, you block my mic before I answer him.
No.
Collins
Kizito,
is very.
acha tumalizane hapa kwanza Kizito. Collins amekuongelesha for 7 minutes na 17 seconds ukisema yeah. Alafu ukirealize umeingia kwa mtego yake ukatoka mara moja. I think so man, I think umenaswa leo. Just accept and move on.
And now, Kizito, you are still right. You are just okay. We don't have a problem. And what we are trying to tell you is the government has failed. Maybe you are not communicating home, but our government should have done something like wapea. Unajua hata wamama wazee wenye tunao nyumbani. I fear it for the mothers because wenye wamekuwa wakiuza kwa masoko, most of our villages, I come from the village. I'm really a village boy. Most of our villages, soko inaanzaga saa 12. Haianzagi mapema. Soko zetu zote zinaanza saa 12. Ndio ametoka na mihogo zake kwa mashamba, ameosha, amepikia watoto wake, ndio saa hiyo anapeleka. Ndio saa zile omena imekuja, imeanikwa, inaenda kuchomwa, samaki na so if soko starts, most of our soko, that's why they brought for us the street lights. That time market siku hizi inaisha by saa 2 ama saa 3 kuna curfew. You understand? So it's like you are cutting these people 2 hours of every day. And in that 2 hours, they can get 100 shillings. Why can't the government, saa zile wanasema, ile ya collect pesa, inakolektiwa kwa market, ile ya kanjo. So waambie, this time we are not collecting any money ya market. Watu wauze, na waende na pesa. We don't want the government to give the money because they don't have the money. They're thieves. They steal the little that is there. So the best they can do to us, waache hawa mama wauze bila kulipa kodi. We can pay taxes on other things, but wale wa mama wenye wanauza tafadhali waachiwe.
Okay, thank you.
Watu wa boda are really suffering, and Ruto is pretending to fight for the borders. What is it that he has put for them so that they are not taxed? They don't pay ile ya kupaki ya kanjo. Raila is pretending that he's fighting for the old people. What are the old people? Wazee wanapata pesa ngapi leo? Mniache kwa leo, nimekasirika.
No, Collins, don't go. I still have you the way he
Wait Kizito. Okay, Engineer Dominic Ndege and Nujoma, thank you. Welcome to the show. Dom Colette. Niko sure mlikuwa background mkitusikiza na kesho pia is another day.
Okay, thanks.
Ayaga ulikuwa uongee hata hujatajwa. I think we sasa ni mpendwa mtazamaji. Si ni kweli? Kama ni kuongea useme tu in 1 minute please.
Nilijaribu
Alafu
kuongea
Seneta
wakati wa
amalizie.
Benson ukazima mic yangu, so nikanyamaza. But as Collins has said, no need of answering Benson because it is very wrong at the age of ours and the reasoning level and the information we have to still hear that the same problem. I asked Daktari here, is there any narrative? They have been sold from 2007 up to date, apart from the one Benson is alleging. They have no narrative. So I rest my case.
But Ayaga, you talk about Benson, and sometimes you also perpetrate the same kind of narrative. So you cannot see a strike in somebody's eyes, and you cannot see yours. So Rupia, we need to start from you. When you tell Benson, you also need to change. You and Rupia and Gaddafarian.
No, Mercy, Nancy.
No, I'm talking now. I've listened to you, my second
you don't have
husband.
to argue
So,
there, Yaga.
you know you're my second husband, so I have to correct you.
Na ndio hiyo umeoleka moja kwa moja kwa TV.
Then I wanted to tell Kizito this. Kizito made a statement that is not correct. He talked about, well, that is his opinion. Let me respect his opinion. He said that we don't know what has been happening with our younger MP. The only thing I'm going to say is that our young MP lack to speak their own mind because the parties have been captured. We all know what Uhuru and Raila and whoever, look at what they've done to Senator Malala. They're not given because the parties are individual toys for these guys. So they don't allow them independent thinking. But what I would say about our MPs, they should defect from these parties, become independent, and we give them an opportunity because we need some kind of independent thinking from them. But I don't think they've been given much choice by their leaders to be independent thinkers. And I think that's one of the main problems that we have. So Kizito, that's my response.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Thank you. And we wish you all the best in 2022. Though beba pesa kwa gunia, juu utatupata kwa ground.
Na acha, asanteni sana.
Thank you, Collins.
Okay,
I'm also going to bed. Good night.
Nujoma, maybe in 1 minute. Nujoma. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Collins. Thank you, Evo. Nujoma.
It has been a great opportunity to join you people. Let me hope that tomorrow I'll be here very early so that this I can move forward with you people. I've really enjoyed for the shortest time I've been around. Thank you.
Thank you, Nujoma. Asanteni sana mandugu na madada. Kizito, leo umenaswa ukanasika. Ayaga, nyinyi watu wa Nairobi mnasemaje? Amenaswa akanasika. Ama amenaswa
kabisa,
na sanasa.
Umenaswa
Eti Collins anamzungusha hivi na maneno akisema alafu kakifunguliwa hiyo mtego akainguka ndani.
Clinton.
Ukitaka kuwa nyoka unaenda polepole alafu unagonga kichwa wapi?
No. Skiza Yaga. The Collins is just very right. And everything he's saying is very right. The only problem, he didn't understand exactly what I meant. Kenya, we have one problem. I said it when I started. You are getting money, you put it inside your pocket, you are saying you never get anything. Like you remember when Corona started, they had a program, like this emergency team they were saying, decided to give people even food. But this food, some people are saying they don't want that food. You are crying, you don't have anything. Somebody is giving you even a little. Like here, where I'm staying, there are some places whereby if you don't have any food, you just go. You will take anything they have, anything. You don't even choose which one you want. Anything they have is what they give you.
Kizito,
for those who cannot afford. Yeah.
Uliniambia hata huku kwetu curfew imeanza sijui saa 4 mpaka saa 11. So hiyo saa 11 kabla ya saa 11 nikikutana na polisi watafanya nini?
You pay staff immediately.
But tumepewa barua ya kuonesha polisi sijui inaitwa pazia shine.
You must work with that letter. Even us, when we are driving, you must have it. Now you are driving, you have your license, you have your logbook, you have your PAP, you have everything. So now you are full in your pocket, everything, because they will ask you your driving license, they ask you your logbook, they ask you that paper. Where are you coming from? But saa 3 haufai kukua nje.
Sisi yetu ni saa 4 bana, hiyo yenu.
Hii yetu
kaeni nayo.
Hata Berlin wameweka saa 4. Stuttgart ni saa 3. Stuttgart walianza saa 2. Wamesongeza saa 3 saa hii.
So, na kina Baba Clinton wajua kina Yaga wanatangulia kuku nyumbani. wanaachilia kuku mlango kidogo tu.
But you know, no, our problem, unaona hii discussion yetu ni mzuri Ayaga. The only problem, just like Colin said it, Collins and Nancy, they are very right, and I love the way they reason. The only problem, kwa nini niliongea na hasira, vile nilikuwa nasikia Benson anaongea, our mentality, why I talked about youth, this youth politician, they are not tied to their parties. The only problem, everybody who want to be elected is choosing for which party which will benefit him, which can lead him to get this opportunity. Now, when you are going to join this party, there are some instructions that you have to follow. That's why you are seeing everybody is like that. Then you find a case whereby in Kenya, even us, me, I come from Awendo. Before my mother eat anything, before my mother even go to buy even samaki, I have to give her money. You see, the only problem we have, we must understand that this thing is everywhere. If to say that government doesn't work, India, they were the best supplier of AstraZeneca. Now they are even dying more than every country. But their government has to continue, and that the rescue team also has to continue. We have a problem. One person is sleeping on the job.
Thank you,
when we say that now everything, like Ayaga talked of something when I came, he was talking about something. People are just looking at BBI bad, this bad, everything bad. What is good in Kenya? Nothing. Everything is bad.
Thank you Kizito. Thank you Kizito. Ishmael, unalipi Ishmael?
Hoja niliingia before lakini okay, hi to the panelist. Niliingia before lakini Ayega angenipatia nafasi. Alikuwa na maswali mingi ikabidi nimetoka kwanza. Mko poa lakini?
Tuko poa.
Agenda ni gani leo? Ile time nilikuwa mmeguzia agenda kadhaa.
Ile agenda imeisha. Sasa maybe ulisema uko Saudi, si ndio?
Yes.
How is the situation of corona there, man? Are you people
kwanza jana
safe?
nilidungwa vaccine, nasikia inanipeleka mbio lakini iko sawa.
Kujia hii dawa. Kujia hii dawa, niko na dawa hapa. Ukidungwa unakula hii.
Yaani sisikia inaumwa lakini nasikia tu hiyo side jo. Jana nilidungwa but it is okay. Kitu naweza sema because nimepata mkiguzia hiyo issue ya India. Ile issue ya India nimeiangalia mpaka hata mimi nimeshtuka. Because ukiona tuna video zingine, hata ukiona yani mse mwenye akona corona na mwenye ana corona, mwenye akona corona mwenye anamjaribu kumliwaza hata ana mask, kwanza anamshika na already ana corona. So unaona watoto wanatembea tu hapo hata ana nguo, maybe mama yake ameanguka hapa na corona. So because aspect ya corona vile tunaisikia peke yake, ukisikia mtu ana corona building mzima unaamua hata uingi kwa hiyo building, lakini huko ukiangalia tao msana oxygen, unasikia ameletewa oxygen hapo, anapewa oxygen, mwenye anampa hana mask. Unaangalia ile river walikuwa juzi, ile river wako wengi hawana mask. So mimi naona tuwaombe tu.
Hata mimi nimeona hiyo situation ya India nikaanza kuvaa mask. Si kwanga nikivaa mask bana.
Clinton wewe ni chema, just a minute Kizito. Just a minute. Niliambia Clinton wewe ni chairman na wewe ni moderator, juu watu wengi wanakujanga kwa hii platform yako. Make sure yani Wakenya tuvae mask. As much as tupendi lakini tuvae tu mask. That's the only way. Because hata unasikia huko Amerikani ukishapata dozi yote, unajua hii dozi ndio maana ina take time. Hizi dozi ukiweka huku na huku, my friend, huwezi hata amuka. But watu kama wanaweza pata vaccine, tupate tu kwa maisha yetu, juu wale watu wote wamegonjeka na hii ugonjwa, the story is not that good, you know. Mtu yote amepitia kwa hii corona, amegonjeka corona, kama vaccine yenyewe inakupeleka ni kama uko na corona. Sasa just imagine ukipatana na corona real.
Wacha nikwambie kitu Ismail. Hapa mimi sikuwa naamini corona. Sistangu alikufa, so tukaenda kumtoa. na kuambia niliona wakileta mtu wa corona, mimi mwenyewe nikiwa hapo tulikimbia. Hata kuna mtu anakuambia usikimbie, vile hao watu wanavaa peke yao. Wacha ana na ukiongeza na hii ya India, ukiona vile wanachomwa, yani wanachomwa ni kama unaenda kuchoma mahindi na huyo mwenye hajavaa mask.
Mimi nakwambia tumekuwa lockdown miaka mbili. Tuko lockdown miaka mbili, si eti tunaenda nje. Tuko kampuni ndani, yani hakuna kutoka. Ukitoka kwenda nje unaenda maybe uko na appointment, maybe umekuwa referred hospitali ya nje, lakini unaenda tu hospitali unarudi back. 2 years hakuna movement. Unapata kampuni yetu hakuna cases, hakuna cases. Lakini sasa unajua saa zingine hii lockdown watu wanaona Uhuru ametufungia nchi. Sawa, tusame. Unajua sisi wa Kenya walikuwa wamefungwa kidogo, watu wanataka kulala kwa bar. Mlango wa mbele umefungwa, ya nyuma biashara inaendelea kama kawaida. You get the point? So hatuwezi sema ati corona. Unajua corona mchana, kwa nini watu, unajua mchana watu upite huku rudi kwa nyumba, lakini usiku watu wanataka, unajua watu wanataka wakongamane. Unajua sasa tukipatana mimi wewe watu wanne, hiyo ni more than what, na hakuna social distance. Sasa zile umelewa, utajuaje hii glass ilikuwa yangu na nijue hii glass ni yako? Ulevi inanga, ukishalewa kunanga. Sasa okay, yeah.
Hiyo information ya kuvaa mask inafaa mtume sana huku Kenya. Hapa these guys they don't care.
Wanavalia polisi.
Kama uliona hiyo video ya India, mimi nilikuwa nadhani wanataka kutengeza makaa. In fact niliona hiyo kitu mlituma kwa group. Nikasema hii inatuhusu aje wenye wanatengeza makaa.
But mimi si leo nimeshinda hii Nairobi hii, nikatembea in the street, nikaenda town. People are wearing those masks for police and kanjo. You get them, they are alone, they drink, they sit
one thing
together,
in Kenya, Ayega. One thing in Kenya, we do things because we fear police. We don't do things because of our own safety. Unaget? Hazo unapata hata msema overload gari, watu wako kwa gari wengi, lakini wanapatia polisi ongo apite. So unapata msaki akiona polisi mbele, ameweka mask mzuri. Polisi akipita. Ndio maana mimi nilisema sisi wa Kenya tunakuanga haraka sana kupick vitu, kusema gava hivi. No. Wewe vaa mask. Wameweka curfew, wewe fika kwa nyumba mapema. Wewe ujue wewe na familia yako na familia yako wewe ndio gatekeeper wao sasa. So wewe ukienda huko town misbehave, umeacha wife na watu wao kwa nyumba, wewe umeenda huko misbehave, maybe umeshikana na corona, unakuja kwa nyumba. Mtoto hataki kujua ulikuwa na corona. Kitu ya kwanza daddy ama mami, mtoto ashashikwa na corona. Kitambo ufikie wife, ufikie nyumba mzima, kama una watoto watatu wawili, kila mtu ako na corona.
Ismail.
Ismail. This AstraZeneca. 1 minute, Kizito.
Okay.
This the vaccine that was brought from India. The last report from the government that I think I had, that around more than 500 people have been vaccinated. For now, there is no those long queues. People have forgot that. They don't go for it. They are just here. And they are seeing what is happening in India. And we are nearing election, and the campaigns will be here. You know, this thing will hit us hard in 2022. Around early 2022 or mid 2022. Very hard.
You know, Clinton, Ismail, if you people look at Turkey, in Turkey, they don't have so many cases of corona. You know why? The first wave, when it came, the Turkey, they closed all their borders. There was no, kama uko Turkey utoki na uingi, unaona? So wakaspray everything everywhere. Kutoka siku hiyo wamefungua tu, ukitoka lazima uonyeshe barua umepimwa, ukiingia lazima uonyeshe umepimwa. They were very strict. Hiyo ukileta Kenya, si wataweka wataweka online throughout, vile unawazuia kama mtu. I'm just asking myself,
the way you feel the pain. Clinton, hebu sikieni, hata si tumebaki sawa ine. You feel the pain just from seeing the picture. But somebody anatoka kazi, enyewe anatoka kazi juu hata si tumefanya kazi Kenya. Si eti tulikuwa kuja tu huku kabla tujafanya kazi, tumesomea Kenya, tumefanya kazi tukakuja. So unapata mtu anamaliza kazi saa 11 normally. Akimaliza saa 11 anaenda River Road kudansa Wangla. Anaenda anakunywa pombe mbili, ndio anakuja wanaharakisha eti curfew time iko karibu. Wanakimbizana kwa hiyo barabara. Mbona usimalize kazi? Unapata hata wale wenye wamezuiliwa kwa barabara wengine ni CEO mwenye hata hakuwa kazi. That's the
Kizito,
problem.
hii story ya pombe mbili na sijui pizza ilikuwanga ukweli?
Yeah. pombe mbili na pesa. You know what happened? Why the minister had to say like that? Because everybody was complaining they want to drink. So akasema, if you want, there's nothing that's why I was saying we blame our government, yes. But they have also tried. They have tried to give all the leeways. They have given you a chance. Go drink one beer, eat that pesa, and go. Mtu akikunywa pombe moja, anasema si wenye tunakunywa pombe. Ukikunywa pombe moja unasema, niongezee hiyo ingine. Niongezee. Na unastukia tu, zimefika 4. That is the problem.
Okay, thank you.
Mimi naweza sema, mimi kitu naweza sema ni kama ukidrive kwa hii barabara, wewe uko Kenya ama wapi, penye huko tu wewe ukwe tu, wewe una driving ukijua wewe drivers na wale umebeba, maisha ya wale umebeba wako mikononi mwako na Mungu. So just in case ukidrive carelessly tutakuwa na accident. So sasa ukidrive kwa barabara, driving ukiangalia polisi ataniona, wewe just drive carefully, ukijua umebeba maybe familia yako pale, so that their life belongs to you na Mungu. Kitu mimi naweza sema, mimi nasema walock hivyo, Uhuru waendelee hivyo, wacha watu walie, lakini tu save dada zetu, ndugu zetu, wale wenye watoki, tuna wale watoki ujue. So wale mama zetu hawatoki nyumbani, sisi tukizurura tao bila mpango. Wewe umeenda umekunywa pombe zako huko, sisemi watu wanakunywa ni wabaya, tuna wale wanakunywa na heshima. Unajua nilisema waje hizi pombe za 100, 200 ndio unaona watu wakikunywa, hao ndio wanafanya wanaweka lockdown. Nunua pombe ya maana, kunywa, itakudirect mpaka penye unaenda. Mimi nasema waendelee kulock, ndio mpaka watu walete ile, watu wako na nidhamu, watu wavae mask, watu wavae mask, watu wa follow the protocol, watu wa keep distance, watu unlock country.
Sasa mimi ki professional, mimi ni mwalimu. Na nimebaki hapa na watu wawili wanasifia pombe. Eti kunywa pombe ya maana itakudirect mpaka place unaenda.
You know what, Ismail, the problem we Kenya we have, we don't want to speak the truth and we don't want to see the reality. The reality is corona is there and you have to take care. Anything you are doing, you are bringing the problem to your own family, your own children. There's nothing. Corona ikikupata nje, hautajua, ni kama upepo, ni kama shetani, hautajua imetokea wapi. So
sasa Kizito, niulize Clinton hapa nyuma, umejua waheshimiwa kumbe walikuwa na safa tu na tukuwa tunajua. Because ndio wakizidiwa ndio nasikia mtu fulani amekufa na corona. Mimi hata sikuwa najua wako ati alikuwa mgonjwa. Mpaka juzi vile niliona kusema mwenyewe akisema watu wafuate tu vile gave nasema, because penye ametoka yeye anaona ni Mwenyezi Mungu amempa second chance. Juu pale yenyewe ni second chance Mungu amempa. So mtu amegonjeka, saa hii tuko kuombea baba, kila mtu anaombea baba arudi vile alikuwa kuwe poa, arudi atu address. Ila saa hii mtu anangoja baba atasema nini. Wale watu wamepitia hiyo corona wako alikwambia yenyewe hapa si mchezo, hapa ni kifo, yani usitamani hata. So kama mtu ameshagonjeka na kuambia hivyo, wewe mtu hata hujagonjeka, uvae tu mask. Tusitoe watu wa pombe, watu tu wavae mask, watafungua nchi.
You know what, Clinton, one minute. I want to tell you something. I would like a case whereby if government would like It's only that it's not allowed because of privacy ya mtu. But if they can put it, just like India, people are putting it on the road like that. Na waweke mtu sazila na sapa akona hizo vitu ana gas for hair. The next day hata utatoka nje, hata utasema eti kuna lockdown.
Ugonjwa ni noma. Clinton, unafunga show ama?
Yeah.
Yeah, itabidi tulale. Leo nilikuwa nataka niwape show ya 1 hour 30 minutes, lakini binadamu tu wameipeleka mpaka 4 hours 30 minutes.
So inakuanga kila Wednesday ama, because si kuona kwa group umea.
Kwa group niliuliza swali lakini watu waliassume. So ilibidi
watu wanapenda online kuliko kuja live kuliko, nimeona kwa group hata wako active sana. Lakini live unawapata.
So maybe kesho maybe haitokuwa. So we'll meet again on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and maybe next Tuesday. La sivyo nimewashukuru sana Bwana Kizito kutoka Ujerumani, Ishmael kutoka Saudia Arabia. Mimi nawatakia kila laheri popote mlipo.
Okay, asante sana.
Muwe na maisha mema na Mungu awabariki bwana. I wish you good health.
You too, and take care, vaa mask.
Hey, mask ni muhimu. After nimewatch hiyo India, mask bana, hata mbili ikiwezekana.
Clinton.
Asante sana bana Ishmael.
Okay, bye.
Poa Kizito, bye.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Okay. Asanteni sana Wakenya wenzangu kwa kutizama. Martin Wilson, umekuwa nasi mpaka sasa hivi. Ukisema kwamba wazee mnanibamba, Ishmael unagonga ndipo. Kuna mamake warembo anasema kwamba pole Ishmael. Kuna Nancy Anita Jamal Riki Senator. Kuna huyu anajiita Boniface Ligare. Unasema umekuwa ukijaribu kutujoin unsuccessfully, pole. Next time kutakuwa na link hapo chini utajoin. Meshak Chebon, Angela na wengine wengi. Asanteni sana kwa kuwatch na Mungu awe nanyi popote mlipo. Kwa niaba ya Mutembei, mimi naitwa Clinton Okoth Otieno. Bye bye guys.